하나둘 군무지를 술령수 일시에 따라 토끼 대원 살기 진화 관리 장사사들은 사냥 싸움에 맞춰 싸든 겹겹이 둘러싸고 토끼 부두치 잡는 논양 영문 출사 도적 잡든 토끼의 두 귀를 꽉 잡고 하나둘 군무지를 술령수 일시에 따라 토끼를 대원 살기 진화 관리 장사사들은 사냥 싸움에 맞춰 싸든 겹겹이 둘러싸고 토끼 부두치 잡는 논양 영문 출사 도적 잡든 토끼의 두 귀를 꽉 잡고
금금물이 술령수 일시에 따라 토끼를 워살제 진화관리 장성사든 사냥싸움에 맞춰사든 겹겹이 둘러싸고 토끼 부딪히는 그냥 공무출사든 적사든 토끼 두 귀를 꽉 잡고
대학들은 사곡가는 너를 잡아야 함께 잡고 군이와니 간을 내어 오겠다 가려먹고 네가 주로 벗겨내어 자양 모습 알게 되면 화양을 이룬 결단에는 한명의 주네 영향이라 아이 그것이 우리 수공라면라고 하는 것이다.
내려온다 정이 내려온다 장님 개풍물로 대한짐승이 내려온다 어머 얼숭얼숭 우리는 잔뜩 한팔이 넘고 해머리 흔들며 전공 같은 앞다리 동화 같은 뒷발 양기 찌어지고 새 같은 발톱으로 단일고기 왕모래를 차르르르 그치며 주홍잎 버리고 어리랑 하는 소리 하나님 가지고 땅이 툭 꺼진 한듯 차례 정신없이 먹으르고 웅추리고 떴다 봄 내려온다 봄이 내려온다 봄이 깊은 물로 한지생이 내려온다 그의 머리를 양이 쭉 찢어지고 몸은 헐쑥 꼬리는 잔뜩 내려온다 내려온다 꿀꿀로 한쪽에 내려온다 머리를 흔들며 양이 쭉 찢어지고 몸은 헐쑥 꼬리는 잔뜩 내려온다 내려온다
Hi, Beth. Yes, Beth.
Hey guys!
Hi, Beth. Yes, Beth.
Hey guys! You ready to go? I'm super ready.
Yeah, see you then. I'm on my way.
It takes months to make ulos.
Inulos mo yan ang hirap marunong kinina.
This is the famous torture dance. Look at this stunning home hill. Wow. The fact is, Danau Toba is the biggest caldera lake in the world. So it's more than just a day to travel here. You have to prove it and see for yourself.
In Jakarta. Ocean City. You know, guys, Jakarta has 47 museums that you can visit. Now, I'm going to meet my friend. Wow. This mask, they believe that the fight comes from bad things.
Hello guys, I'm in Malioboro Street. I'm trying to do batik here. Guys, it's called Wayang Kuli, UNESCO World Heritage. Friendly people.
Here I am! Lock on the door! Look at you! So beautiful. The Komodo, the last real dragon on Earth.
enjoying this beautiful morning. Let's find our world-class underwater paradise. Hey, turtle! Who doesn't want to roll around in this pink cotton candy sand? It's the cleanest village in the world. Shopping time.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Selamat pagi. Annyeonghaseyo. We are delighted to welcome you to Indonesia Korea Youth Foundation Youth Friendship Forum 2020. How to brand your country in the middle of global crisis. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Saskia Salsabila from Strategy and Management Program in Indonesia Youth Foundation. And I would like to be your master of ceremony for today. It is my pleasure to welcome you here this morning, and I would like to thank you for joining us today for the second day of Indonesia Korea Youth Friendship Forum 2020. Indonesia Korea Youth Friendship Forum is a youth forum which is organized by Indonesia Youth Foundation in Indonesia and Peace and Public Diplomacy Corps in South Korea that aims to connect Indonesian and Korean youths through seminars and discussion. The main theme of this forum is how to brand your country in the middle of global crisis, and sub-themes are economic and tourism. Before we begin, I would like to thank you to our media partners, Bumi Scholars, BPM, and Skotime. This event supported by Hansen University, Korea Democracy Foundation, organized by Indonesia Youth Foundation and PPDC. Ladies and gentlemen, let me inform you our agenda for today. This time shown in the event rundown is using Jakarta, Indonesia time. Seoul, South Korea is 2 hours ahead of Jakarta, Indonesia. We are going to start the opening presentation first session at 11:10 a.m., followed by a break session at 12:20 p.m., and we will continue to the next session at 12:40 p.m. and for the closing remarks at 2:20 p.m. During this forum, please kindly open your camera and be active, because at the end of the presentation, you have a right to vote who will be awarded as Best Presenter, Best Group, and Best Paper. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will continue to the next agenda. Opening presentation first session, accompanied by our moderator, Ms. Rainey. Ms. Rainey Shah Zafira is an undergraduate student at the University of Queensland, Australia. She is currently in the process of completing her foundation program and will go on to major in international relations. She had an active history in Model United Nations circuit throughout her high school years. her most notable work being the most outstanding delegate of United Nations Women in ALSA EMUN 2019, held in Universitas Indonesia. She was also the recipient of the Chairman's Scholarship for the Chrysalis Young Leaders Conference in Australia in 2018. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to hand over to the moderator, Ms. Raini Zafira. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Saskia. Once again, before we begin, I would like to take some time to introduce myself. My name is Rainasha Zafira, and I am the coordinator of International Cooperation in Indonesia Youth Foundation, and I will be your moderator once again for today's event. Before we begin, I'd just like to remind all of the participants to please turn on your cameras, as it would make this experience much more personal to everyone involved. Today, we're going to have 4 group presentations, 2 groups from Korea and 2 groups from Indonesia, and we will be alternating between the 2 countries. For our first session, we will have 2 groups of presenters, 1 Korean group and 1 Indonesian group. Our presenters for our first Korean group are Mr. Jung Hye-min and Ms. Kim Jin-seo, and our presenters for our first Indonesian group are Ms. Jessica Puspa and Ms. Claudia Grace. We will be following the same procedure for our question and answer session as the ones that we used in our first day. Anyone who wishes to ask a question may use the chat box or the raise hand feature if you wish to ask a question directly to the speakers. The question and answer session itself, however, will differ slightly as it will be a more flexible question and answer session. I will open the floor to a question, and participants will also be allowed to discuss the answer along with the speakers. To do so, participants may use the raise hand feature. For our first presentation, our first group of speakers will be presenting their essay under the title of Common Future: Suggestions for World Economy in 2020. With the global economy crippling under the midst of the global crisis, many countries struggle to get back on their feet economically. Some even feared that the changes will be irreversible. Measures that have to be implemented to help economies worldwide bounce back will require cooperation from a wide spectrum of sectors. Our first group of presenters is a group from Korea. Their members include Mr. Jung Hye-min from Seoul National University and Ms. Kim Jin-seo. They will be talking a little bit about this topic and give us some insight on the essay they have written. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Mr. Jung Hye-min and Ms. Kim Jin-seo. The floor is yours. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Raini Zafira. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you. So let me begin. Good morning, selamat pagi, 그리고 안녕하세요. It is a great honor to give a presentation on economy in the first Indonesia-Korea Youth Friendship Forum. The purpose of this presentation is to identify the crisis and change that global economy is facing in 2020 and to suggest the direction that each country should go to brand themselves in the international community while establishing economic development strategies for the next era. I named the direction the common future. And the idea of the common future can be understood as an extension of innovative, inclusive nation of Korean government. In the presentation, I will suggest the 3 general principles for economic development and analyze the 3 flows of recent change, which is necessary for understanding the world economy in 2020. Then, based on the principles and analysis, I would like to present 5 suggestions for the common future, which should be envisioned by countries around the world, including Korea and Indonesia. I'll also share the ideas on what role the young generation can play for that common future. Before we get to the main points, I'd like to present 3 general principles that we should keep in mind. These 3 principles constitute the fundamental view of us and will be the basis for the direction of the common future. The 3 principles are as follows. Number 1, economic development is aimed at promoting the welfare of citizens. Number 2, economic development strategies must include consideration of sustainability. Number three, economic development strategies should be based on cooperation, not exclusion. Now, let's talk about how to understand the current situation of world economy. The current crisis cannot be explained by COVID-19 alone. There are at least three flows of change that have formed the world economy of today. The first flow is globalization and deglobalization. Until the 2000s, we could witness the spread of neoliberalism and free trade around the world. As a result of neoliberalist globalization, movement of products, labor force, and capital has become easier, and many economic actors could enjoy the benefits. On the other hand, the globalization also caused some problems, especially the free movement of capital allowed developed countries to control the economies in developing countries. But nowadays, we are facing the rise of deglobalization. After the financial crisis in 2008, complaints about neoliberalism began to emerge within developed countries. The UK's Brexit decision in 2016 is a symbolic event in which these complaints are expressed. The United States, which has led globalization, is now advocating protectionism to keep China in check. Just as globalization has been an irresistible trend, deglobalization is becoming a trend as well. The second flow is a series of technological innovations called the Fourth Industrial Revolution. The core of this technological innovation is artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence continues to learn and decide based on big data generated from networks such as the IoT. Artificial intelligence injects life into machines, turning them into robots. Artificial intelligence is already changing the way of work in almost every field, including industry, agriculture, transportation, finance, healthcare, security, and media. As a result of the fourth industrial revolution, we'll enjoy consumers' pleasure and workers' misery at the same time. Just as Ford emerged during the second industrial revolution and Microsoft led the innovation during the third industrial revolution, the industrial revolution always comes with the emergence of new corporations. The fourth industrial revolution is also led by companies that are different from traditional ones, and they are called startups. Startups are armed with creative business models and advanced technologies, making new changes in the market. The startup usually begin on a small team basis, but when it achieves great success, it can be worth more than 1 billion and called a unicorn company. Uber, Airbnb, Slack, those are famous unicorn companies. Korea has unicorn companies such as Coupang and Viva Republica, and Indonesia has unicorn companies such as Gojek and Tokopedia as well. Finally, we cannot help but mention the global pandemic of COVID-19. COVID-19 has been with us since the beginning of 2020. Worldwide, the cumulative number of confirmed cases now stands at more than 50 million, with the death toll surpassing 1 million. Many countries have declared a shutdown to prevent massive infections, but the shutdown was not effective enough to control the virus, but on the contrary, enough to hurt the national economy. The impact of COVID-19 on the global economy can be seen through the figures. According to the data from IMF, the global economic growth rate is expected to be around minus 4.9% in 2020, the lowest since the Great Depression. Particularly, developed countries will feel the economic impact of COVID-19 more strongly than developing countries. The expected economic growth rate of advanced economies in 2020 is minus 8%, about 5% lower than the expected economic growth rate for developing economies. Especially, trade is facing a major crisis due to increased concerns about the inflow of virus from outside. In the second quarter of 2020, the quarterly growth rate of global trade was lower than minus 25%. The existing deglobalization trend is becoming stronger as it meets COVID-19. Now, I'd like to suggest what efforts governments, businesses, and citizens around the world should make to build a common future based on the three principles and three flows of change. Our suggestions cover 5 areas of welfare: labor, startup, industry, and trade, and they'll reveal a rough idea of a common future. First, the government should take active measures to protect the vulnerable. Disaster and crisis are not experienced equally. In general, low-income people, those without families to support themselves, the unemployed, and the self-employed, who are struggling for a long time amid the economic crisis, are considered vulnerable. We need to support these vulnerable people because if the minimum standard of living of citizens is not guaranteed, social unrest will also increase, and the economy will not be able to function normally in a society where instability has increased. So we should think about what kind of support we need to protect the vulnerable. There can be many ways to support them. In 2020, the central and local governments of Korea provided citizens with emergency disaster relief fund to cope with COVID-19. Also, strengthening social security system can be helpful for citizens to ensure quality of life. The pandemic was a great opportunity to realize the importance of a sound social security system. In fact, many countries in Europe have been reducing the number of beds to streamline their healthcare systems, which is causing massive infections to be poorly controlled and too easily faced with a medical system collapse. Pandemic was also an opportunity for high-tech information and communication technologies to show off their value, especially as social distance and untaxed activities are emphasized in the time of pandemic. Platform businesses that have been providing untaxed services are receiving more attention. The problem is that some of the innovative startups include exploitative elements within the business model. A case in point is the delivery agency service. Prior to the formation of the delivery agency market, delivery persons were employees of each restaurant. However, since the advent of the delivery agency service, delivery persons are considered self-employed who have been assigned to a particular service. They are called platform workers. Companies are exempt from the responsibility of providing welfare to platform workers and ensuring labor rights while fully relying on them to run the business. Companies can reduce costs to increase the profitability of their business. But on the contrary, the working conditions of platform workers are in poor level. Therefore, we must distinguish innovation from exploitation and ensure the rights that platform workers should have as workers. Businesses must actively fulfill their responsibilities to platform workers who play an important role in their business model. The nation should introduce regulations to address the problems of platform workers in the blind spots of the legal system. Citizens should also speak out together, not ignoring the emerging problems of workers because of their convenience as consumers. Although I have pointed out that some startups have exploitative factors, I cannot deny that the startups are hopes for the future of the national economy. The well-known Korean corporations, Samsung and Naver, have something in common. They are beneficiaries of the government's active industry development policy. The conglomerates like Samsung have expanded their business with the government support, and ventures like Naver could exist because of Kim Dae-jung government's IT promotion policy. Earlier, I suggested that the modern society is facing a new turning point in the fourth industrial revolution. Just as the government actively invested in technology development and fostered new businesses during the early stages of economic development and the information revolution, we need to support the research of advanced technologies in the era of the fourth industrial revolution and discover startups that can use them to develop successful business. Some of the startups that the government has now supported will become new Samsung, new Naver, and new Kakao in 30 years to take charge of the competitiveness of the national economy. Therefore, the government should come up with measures to boost the ecosystem of startups and provide various opportunities and resources to foster startups. COVID-19 has created a crisis for most industries. But on the other hand, it has created unprecedented opportunities for certain industries. The disease prevention and healthcare sectors are emerging as a new promising industries since pandemic has created huge demand for products, services, and human resources in the area of disease prevention and healthcare. From masks to diagnostic kits, vaccines and treatments, and telemedicine, various businesses are expected to grow in disease prevention and healthcare. Investment in the disease prevention and healthcare industries is by no means short-sighted. Experts predict that biotechnology will lead the fifth industrial revolution after the fourth industrial revolution. This means that actively fostering the disease prevention and healthcare industry now can be a preliminary step for innovation in the next era. The globalization system based on free trade is currently in crisis. There have been several trade conflicts in Asia recently between US and China and Korea and Japan. Also, we have confirmed earlier that pandemics have stepped up this deglobalization movement, closing borders and reducing trade volume. However, without trade, most countries cannot acquire the resources and goods that society needs to operate normally, nor can they secure economic income. So trade conflicts between countries create unnecessary costs and do no good for each party's economic development. Of course, we should prevent the exploitation of developing countries by developed countries under a neoliberalistic globalization system. But at the same time, attempts to undermine the interdependent system itself between countries are not desirable. So we need to restore a cooperative economic community at the regional and global levels and talk about new globalization instead of deglobalization. ASEAN can play an important role here. Also, ASEAN is originally a partner of Southeast Asian countries. It has repeatedly attempted to become a larger community encompassing other Asian countries such as ASEAN Plus 3 and EAS. If ASEAN were to act as a mediator in trade conflicts within Asia and set the stage for dialogue, it would create new opportunities for economic cooperation within Asia while expanding the diplomatic influence of Southeast Asian countries within Asia. And in fact, this is already happening. On last November 15 countries, including Indonesia and Korea, agreed to RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which is the biggest FTA in the world. Even in the time of deglobalization, countries are making efforts to keep the value of cooperative economic community. Finally, I like to suggest how young generation in Indonesia and Korea can participate in this common future. The participation measures proposed in this article may not be all possible or important, but I hope they will inspire some of the participants here. First of all, young people can play a role in sharing social problems and forming international solidarity to solve them, such as labor and welfare issues. Recently, the problem of platform workers has emerged in Korea, and in Indonesia, the omnibus law, which has possibility to worsen the treatment of workers, has become controversial. If young people in Indonesia and Korea come together and create new pressure to solve social problems, we will be able to take a step closer to the humane market economy. Second, if we plan a venue where startups from Indonesia and Korea can interact, we will be able to create new business opportunities. Both Indonesia and Korea have excellent human resources and many competitive startups. Many startups are successful in their own countries, but at the same time, they have a strong thirst for the global market. Therefore, if we make the startups from each country gather in a place, startups from each country will participate passionately. Lastly, young people from Korea and Indonesia can play a role in standing up for the value of cooperation. Previously, we struggled that ASEAN takes the lead in restoring the corporate economic community in Asia. Indonesia is a major power in Northeast Asia, so if the young people of Indonesia and Korea demand the establishment of a cooperative economic community in Asia in one voice, they'll be able to create new movements. As a concrete action, consider expanding the scope of this forum to make it an Asian Youth Economic Forum and making it an annual event. South Korea's mundane government's development strategy is the innovative inclusive nation. Innovative inclusive nation aims to seek the improvement of people's quality of life and sustainable development through the organic linkage of social policy and economic policy, and has three main values. And innovative inclusive nation has three main visions: strengthening social integration, social sustainability, and fostering and implementing innovative capabilities. The direction proposed in this presentation also does not deviate much from the ideology of innovative inclusive nation. To realize this idea, however, I like to emphasize that it is possible only when we share the idea of an innovative inclusive nation with the international community and make it a common future through transitional cooperation. Thank you for listening. Now let's move on to the Q&A session. Just in case, we prepared two questions for discussion. I'll try to answer the questions of the audience first, then if there is enough time, we can have short discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. Hyemin. To summarize, Mr. Hyemin has brought up multiple different key points. The first of which is that COVID has created many things. First is the advantages for some industries such as healthcare and disadvantages for other industries. Second is the importance of recovery of a cooperative economic community in Asia. Third is the rise of digital businesses and investment of technology within startups. Mr. Hyemin has also highlighted some general principles of economic development, which are promoting welfare, consideration of sustainability, and cooperation instead of exclusion. As for the role of the youth in Indonesia and Korea, they should be focusing on building international solidarity, creating a joint convention of startups, and expanding the base of cooperation between countries. Now, we will move on to our question and answer session. As a reminder, anyone can ask a question either through the chat box or by using the raise hand feature. This question and answer will also be an open discussion, so anyone who would like to participate in this discussion may use the raise hand feature so we can have an open discussion with our speaker as well. And so we are going to begin. Are there any questions okay, we have some people with raised hand, please hold.
Yeah.
Okay, first we have Miss Zakira. The floor is yours.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. For the one, I'd like to
Sorry, Miss, we can't really hear you. We can't really hear you.
Wait. Is my voice clearly? Can you hear my voice right now? Okay. First of all, we would like to say thank you so much for this opportunity to ask a question. As you know, Korea has a good branding even in this pandemic situation, especially in the entertainment sector such as Korean drama and also K-pop. I think it's the most popular in many countries. But I was wondering, in Korea itself, how much the pandemic affect the economic sector there? Is the economy there badly shaken or not? And how are you going to deal with it? Because in many countries has a massive economic decline during this pandemic, such as Germany, which reported that its economic sector was minus 10.1%. What about in Korea, and how are you going to deal with it? Thank you.
I'm really sorry, Zakira. Please check my chat. So, to be honest, I couldn't hear your voice because of the network problem. So, can you write your chat
Oh,
on the?
Can I
or can,
write it
oh,
in the chat box?
so now, now your voice is clear again. Wow.
Okay.
But maybe it would be great to, yeah,
Um, may
write
I
your,
write it in the chat box?
Yeah, that's
yes, yes.
Okay. Maybe you can move to the other question.
okay. Sure. We'll move on to another question for now. So we have another raised hand from Miss Amira from Indonesia Youth Foundation. The floor is yours.
Hi, Mr. Jung Himin. Before I go into my question, I would just like to say thank you for the presentation. It was very entertaining and very informative. Anyway, initially you mentioned the importance of advancing the security system in order to promote welfare. However, there is a quite large number of people who see security system, such as surveillance, as a form of human rights violation. Therefore, would you mind perhaps elaborating more on what kind of security system advancement that could be implemented?
As you pointed out, there are various kinds of social security system, and in the context of pandemic, maybe social security system mainly refers to the healthcare system, but also the other public services like education or other or public insurance system or pension. They can be the form of social security system. In this context, I mentioned the importance of social security system as the importance of healthcare system.
Thank you so much for your answer.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions? Okay, just a reminder to the audience, this is an open discussion, so anyone who would like to participate in answering a question or discussing with the speaker is allowed to participate. So, oh, we have another question from Miss Nida Fauzia. The floor is yours. Hello, Miss Nida. We can't really hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, that's so much better.
Okay, I'm sorry. I get a little problem with my microphone. Okay, thank you for the opportunity. So I want to ask a question. Honestly, I had a startup majoring in education with my friends, and it has a little kind of break time nowadays because of our own business. So I want to get some advices how to restart it and to develop it again with the startup that we already had before. Thank you. Is it clear? I'm sorry because
yeah, we could hear you.
I'm not sure I clearly understood your question. So, did you ask for the advice for how to begin your startup business in as a young generation or something, right? Is it correct or?
I believe what she meant was that her startup business is sort of at an idle point right now, and she kind of wants advice to how to restart it or how to get it back and up and going again. during this busy time? Correct me if I'm wrong, of course, but that's what I understood from the question.
Well, I'm not the professional in
That's it.
business, but yes, yes.
That's
So maybe I guess I'm not the proper one who can give advice to you, but maybe I think you'd heard about the term lean startup. So it means moving very light with you can easily experiment your idea and your hypothesis when starting and restarting your business. And mm, so one of the problems that young generations have, young generations who want to do their own startup business, is that they're running out of budget. They have limited budget and resources. So um, in daily life, I can give you the advice that um, try your idea and experience your idea with very easy method that doesn't cost a lot. And then maybe I think it is, was it enough answer, or?
Okay, yeah. Is it alright if I input some of my opinion as well? Of course, I'm not a professional or anything, but maybe what would help is perhaps consider outsourcing some manpower, because of course, if you don't have the time to invest or like work on your business, of course, it doesn't do any harm for you to ask people for some help in managing it. So along with what Mr. Heyman has already said, that's another addition from me. Would anyone else like to input or no? Okay, I think that would be it. Maybe it's time to move on to another question. I'm going to return to Miss Zakira's question that's already been put in the chat. How much has the pandemic affected this economy sector there? Is the economy there taken badly shaken or not? And how are you going to deal with it? I believe she means in Korea. Yeah.
Yes, yes. I'll show you the graph. Actually, as far as I know, the expected economic growth rate of Korea this year is relatively higher than other developed countries. But it is also true that as I mentioned, some vulnerable people, especially self-employed people, are experiencing the economic crisis in their daily lives. So the government is putting their plenty of resource, not plenty, but many resources to support the vulnerable people. And I'm not sure the world, including Korea, can get back to the normal level of economy next year. But yes, we are having a hard time as well, like other countries. So
yeah, that's definitely true. It's sort of like it's the same situation for everybody, every country, that is, of course. Everyone's sort of struggling, so I see where you're coming from. Oh, it seems that we have another question from Miss Choha Kim. Thank you so much, Mr. Joe, for your insight. There are some opinions that oppose the idea of social security systems on the basis of the idea of equal opportunities. What do you think is the best way to persuade them?
Actually, no offense, but actually I don't get a point because securing the social security system is the way to securing secure the equal opportunity. So yes, um, let's see. Um, Social security, the reason the truth, the reason of existence of social security system is to ensure the minimum level of quality of life to all people. Without the insurance of minimum level of quality of life, um, we are not having the equal opportunity in society. Um, we are living in a capitalist society, and we have gaps between rich and poor. So social security system is always necessary to realize the value of equal opportunity in this market economy society. That's my answer, and I'm not
Okay.
best. Yeah,
No,
I
that's
wonder.
completely fine. Of course, this is again an open discussion, so anybody else who would like to have an input is welcome to do so. Um, if I'm not mistaken, you put a question to the audience at the end of your PowerPoint. So,
Pardon? Uh, you mean this one?
yes, all right. Where is it? Yes, that one. How can businesses actively fulfill their responsibilities to platform workers who pursue innovation and play an important role in their business model? So now I'm just going to take some time for the audience, perhaps, to answer this question. If anyone would like to have a go. I mean, personally, my answer to the question is to first and foremost have businesses prioritize their employees' welfare and human rights. So that would encompass good pay, good working hours, good working conditions, so on and so forth, because I feel like personally the core of a business is within the employees itself. So if the employees have good welfare, then the business is bound to flourish or bound to prosper, because that is the first step. Because to me, like, what's the point of having a business or running a business if the employees aren't like enjoying themselves, or if they're not participating happily or voluntarily, if you know what I mean. That's for me personally. Would anybody else like to have an input on this question? We do highly encourage it.
I have an input.
Oh yeah,
Idea.
please go ahead.
Sorry for the noise. I'm at a cafe.
That's
So
okay.
please understand that. So I also agree with Raina's idea that if a person works for a certain company or a certain platform, I think a person has to maintain a basic living level. So a person has to have a safe condition to live in, proper food to eat, and have, I think a person has to lead a meaningful life with having a job. But there are a lot of people in South Korea and Indonesia that can maintain a basic living level because of the lack of wage or other external problems. So I think by having a job, I think they need to have a proper welfare and kind of a security system to help them or assist them to lead a meaningful life. I think, and also additional comment is that uh, not only they receive a minimum wage, but I think they also have to get a support in a way that they can live a meaningful life where they can enrich their dreams. Because even though they have a safe place to live in or have have an income to buy their food, I think they also have to have an opportunities to kind of lead a meaningful life in and achieve their dreams. So that's my opinion.
Mhm. Well, yeah, I definitely agree. But of course, that kind of comes with that comes the dilemma of like, do you work to live or do you live to work? Because I feel like that's sort of where people find trouble finding balance in. So that's for me personally. What about Mr. Hyemin? Would you like to add anything?
I'd like to point out that um, I like to point out I like to ask a question on why the workers are not able to get enough uh, wage and enough quality of life, even though they have work and jobs. Um, at least in Korea, in my opinion, at least in Korea, corporations use the way um, of ignoring the status of worker, uh, yes, lawful worker in the legal system. So in Korean labor policy system, there are many discriminations according to the form of employment. So some workers uh, cannot recognize as workers, as I mentioned in the presentation. So we should find a way to admit them as a worker, as in a comprehensive perspective. So that's it.
I believe we have another person who would like to speak. Miss Yim Dabin, please.
Hello. Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I'm not an expert in this kind of sphere, and still I'm undergraduate student, so therefore I can't be sure that my opinion is right or the answer. But I think every business, like original purpose is to pursue the profit. Therefore, it's really hard to make them like think about the responsibilities to the workers when the responsibilities doesn't go same with like pursuing profit. Therefore, in that kind of part is the thing that government should do. And in that point of view, government should like urge the business partners to serve as to be responsible about the workers as by the law or giving some profits by the law. Then in that point of view, I disagree about the omnibus law, which was just elected in the Indonesia. Therefore, I'm not really that expert about this law. Therefore, I would like to hear some other Indonesians' opinion about this law in the point of responsibility of business and the government's role in making businesses being responsible about their workers. Yes, this is actually my opinion and my question to other side. Thank you.
All right. That's a really good question. So I would also like to forward that to the rest of the audience. Would anybody like to answer Miss Dubin's question regarding the omnibus law and business responsibilities in Indonesia? Anyone? Okay, while we wait, in the meantime, I'm an Indonesian, so I sort of have a few opinions towards the omnibus law as well. However, I do not believe that I am an expert. I'm definitely not an expert, but personally, I do not agree with most of the things on it. I'm not gonna get into it because I don't want to get controversial on here because this is a public platform. But personally, I do believe that it is important to for businesses to uphold employees' welfare. And in order to do that, the government's responsibility is to regulate these businesses and to make sure that they're not violating any human rights, make sure that the employee welfare is taken care of. And like you said, Ms. Dubin, the fact that employee welfare doesn't really align with the business's opportunities kind of leaves room for the business to violate those welfare and those human rights. So that's where I believe the government needs to take responsibility for that, because of course the business has no interest in doing that. So that's my personal input. Would anyone else like to have an input perhaps? No, okay. Mr. Hammond, do you have something to add?
Not really.
Oh, really? All right. Let me just take. Okay. Well, seeing that we're almost out of time for the Q&A anyway, I think it's time to close this Q&A. Thank you very much to everybody who participated in the discussion. It was interesting and very extensive as well. We're gonna move on to our next group of presenters now. Oh, and once again, thank you very much to Mr. Hammond for the very insightful presentation and very insightful discussion. We're very glad to have you here today. All right, so we're gonna move on to our next group, which is the first Indonesian group. They will be presenting their essay under the title of Digital Opportunities in the Midst of Global Crisis. Despite the lack of digital infrastructure, the pandemic promotes the acceleration of digitalization and local brand recognition in Indonesia. Indonesia shows a lot of potential for business and investment, especially in digital business and e-commerce. Most of its population is still in the productive age range who showed positive digital savvy characteristics of the post-pandemic outbreak. As MSMEs are the pillar of Indonesian economy, therefore it is essential to counterbalance the digitalization by fully utilizing the available platform. Furthermore, Indonesia's product quality is actually comparable with imported goods. The supply chain management has also advanced and experienced a significant increase in demand. Hence, despite current economic growth declining, Indonesia shows a lot of potential to grow and develop further its economic sectors, especially in terms of its digital infrastructure. This group is our first Indonesian group, and their members are Ms. Jessica Puspa from Binus University and Ms. Claudia Grace from Universitas Prasetya Mulia. Once again, we will be following the same procedure for our question and answer, and there will be an open discussion for the question and answer. For anybody who wishes to ask a question, you may use a chat or use the raise hand feature. And now, please join me in welcoming our second group of wonderful speakers, Ms. Jessica Puspa and Ms. Claudia Grace. Ladies, you may have the floor. You have 15 minutes.
Okay. Claudia, could you please share your screen?
Okay, wait.
Okay. Annyeonghaseyo, selamat siang semuanya. Good afternoon all. My name is Jessica Puspa, and I'm here with my friend Claudia Grace, and we are going to share a bit of our insights regarding our essay entitled "Digital Opportunities in the Midst of Global Crisis." Next slide. Okay. In case some of you don't know where Indonesia is, so Indonesia is one of the countries which is located in Southeast Asia. And Indonesia is famous for having thousands of exotic islands, and one of those is Bali. Bali is part of Indonesia. Next slide, please. Okay, so I guess some of you must be wondering, digital opportunities in Indonesia, what kind of digital opportunities available in Indonesia? So before we answer your questions and other curiosity, let's move on to the next slide. First, the brief illustration about what we are going to cover in this presentation. So basically, we are going to cover about the impact of COVID-19 and also its precaution policies such as health protocols toward our economic growth, change in consumer behavior, change in consumer perceptions toward local brands, and also toward the acceleration in digitization in Indonesia. So here's our presentation outline. And let's begin with the background. In Indonesia, the first confirmed COVID-19 case was first announced on March the 2nd, and as of this month, November, there are already more than 450,000 confirmed cases. And how does it affect our economy? In the second quarter, our economic growth has shrunk into minus 5.32%, mostly due to the precaution policies where many stores were forced to be closed and else. And however, even though the economic has been contracting, in the third quarter, our economic is kind of recovered a little bit. So our economic growth only shrank into minus 3.49%, mostly due to the increase in GDP of 5%, where mostly is due to the reopening of economic sectors where shopping malls were able to be reopened. And moving on, so here's one of the example of the program which is created by our government, and this program is called as Gerakan UMKM Go Online 2019. This program is created to support MSMEs to go online by the year of 2020. And even though this program was only released on February 26 last year, however, actually this program has been launched since 2018 by recruiting and inviting education institutions such as university to conduct a workshop on educating MSME owners to use digital platform and also to use digital payments as their marketplace. And next, okay. So due to the ongoing pandemic, our household consumption also decreased significantly. So the government created another program which is created to support the previous program, mainly because MSMEs is considered as the pillar of the economy in Indonesia. So the government created this program called SBBI, Gerakan Nasional Bangga Buatan Indonesia dan Belanja Buatan Indonesia. Even so, this program is created to increase the household consumption and also improve consumers' perceptions toward local products. Even though this program was only inaugurated on May 2020 by Joko Widodo, the current president of Indonesia, however, as of August 2020, there are already more than 1.1 million MSMEs joining, and therefore the government increased their initial target of 8 million MSMEs into 10 million MSMEs to go digital by the end of 2020. And Muhajir Effendi, as the Minister of Education and Culture, also stated that this program is a good choice to assist the National Economic Recovery Plan. Okay, next. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, we know that Indonesia's government has been focusing on digitization in MSMEs. Even though there's a McKinsey report which states that Indonesia's digital denizens are among the world's most active but lacks in embracing the modern technology. So let's look at the bright side of the pandemic, in which it actually promotes the acceleration in digitization in Indonesia. So how does the ongoing pandemic actually correlate with the digitization in Indonesia? Next slide, please. Okay. So here's the brief illustration. In the first pic, it symbolizes our previous lifestyle before the outbreak of COVID-19. So before, people were able to go outside freely and buy their needs, and that's why many MSMEs owners mostly relied on the physical stores. So they don't really embrace the modern technology. However, due to the outbreak of COVID-19, the government also created many precaution policies and other health protocols to flatten the curves. So one of the example in Indonesia is the implementation of PSBB or large-scale physical distancing. So many stores were forced to be closed and people were forced to stay at home. So in a way, it also changed our lifestyle and also changed the consumer behavior. So how do people, as the consumers, access their needs while they are forced to stay at home? And how do the MSMEs owners can sell their products while they're also forced to close their stores? The answer is by utilizing the digital platform. So as the result of the implementation of the social restrictions, it is in a way kind of promotes the acceleration of e-commerce growth in Indonesia for both consumers and also the MSMEs owners. So in conclusion, it is also accelerates the Indonesian government program, which I mentioned earlier. Okay. Let's talk about the competitive advantage. Indonesia, as the fourth most populous country with more than 274 billion of population, which means that Indonesia makes up around 3.51% of the total world population with median age of 29.7 years. From here, we can tell that Indonesia is a labor-intensive country. However, Indonesia is not actually only a labor-intensive country, but also a land-intensive country in which its resources are productive and rich. And furthermore, Indonesia's location is very strategic as the production hub, where Indonesia is located along the major sea lanes connecting the East Asia, South Asia, and also Oceania. Next is the example of one of the foreign company that see the potential in Indonesia. Currently, during this pandemic, Cathay Seijin Fashion Indonesia, which is a subsidiary of South Korean footwear company Parkland, decided to relocate its factory from Dalian, China to Pati, Central Java of Indonesia. From this, we can tell that Indonesia is actually comparable to China, which is the current global production hub. Next slide. Okay. Here's the bar chart of Indonesia's population distribution based on age from the year of 2009 to 2019. And from here, we can tell that most of Indonesia's population is consisted of people within the productive age, which means that they are below 65 years, and more than 20% of Indonesia's population is consisted of people within their teenage years. So how does this correlate with the internet penetration? In 2019, the internet user penetration in Indonesia was only at 53.7%. However, 53.06% of the percentage was consisted of people between the age of 5 to 24 years. And after the COVID-19 outbreak in 2020, the internet user penetration and also the number of active internet users also increased significantly from the number you can see in the presentation. So moving on, why having a large number of youthful population be beneficial towards the digitizations? Currently, the e-commerce market growth in Indonesia is driven by its youthful population, where the age group with the highest e-commerce expenditure is between 30 to 39 years. And in addition, internet and smartphone penetration are also contributing factors internet and smartphone penetration are also contributing factors in the growing adoption of digital payments in Indonesia. And it was also found that the internet penetration rate among students between the age of 5 to 24 years, Indonesia was at its highest in 2019. So we can expect a higher percentage in 2020. And recently, Yogyakarta State University students could use e-wallets or digital payments to pay their tuition fees and get cashback by using Tokopedia, which is one of the most popular e-commerce sites in Indonesia. Claudia, I'll let you take over.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. So now, how is Indonesia's internet economy after the pandemic? Well, in 2019, Google had reported saying that Indonesia's digital economy is the largest in Southeast Asian countries. And currently, there are 5 leading digital economy sectors and 2 new accelerated sectors, which is quite predictable, are related to technology in health and education. Since the tourism sector is heavily influenced, for instance, the online travel is currently on temporary setback. Okay, on the transportation side, the ride-hailing sector is decreasing in user number as the result of instruction to minimize the physical contact. And as we can see on the graph, the trend is going down from 13 March. Since PSBB, the government prohibited the ride-hailing transportation to bring passengers. While the ride-hailing user is decreasing, on the other hand, the delivery service activities is increasing due to change in consumer buying behavior. This data shows the increased percentage on March compared to February, with the highest increase was in deliveries made by social media-based sellers, where the social media-based sellers represents the existence of MSMEs, with the rise at 40%. And it is predictable that the major acceleration is in e-commerce and financial services, especially in the fintech sectors. Tokopedia, as one of the leading e-commerce in Indonesia, claimed that there are 9 million active merchants on its on its platform, which comprising 100% of MSMEs. And since most of our e-commerce transactions are paid cashless, the e-payment literacy is also rising. Now let's move to the strategy. We realized that before the COVID-19, most Indonesia's MSMEs only rely to the physical store, which is by direct selling. Perhaps people like to be in their comfort zone, and that's why some might resist to adapt with the digitization. And therefore, they could only reach a very limited market. To encourage this, Indonesia's government program is focusing on the digitized MSMEs, which already been explained by Jessica before. And this year, with the pandemic, people is kind of forced to accept the digitization, and that is fine since they need to survive. This by the pandemic also, we realized that we can reach the wider market. One example comes from a fashion local brand, which managed to have an increase in sales for 400% during the pandemic by utilizing the e-commerce. And next, we are aiming beyond the nationwide. We are targeting the global market as we look up to South Korean case as the country successfully promotes the economy worldwide through Korean Wave. We come with the mindset to go digitally global with local. So what do we mean by this? We believe that the quality of our local product is comparable to the imported ones. What's next is to have the audacity to promote our local product globally. Okay, one example from Indonesia fashion brand which managed to reach the global market. The brand is Hanyutan Indonesia, which was created by two young fashion students. And the brand promotes batik lasem, one of the type of batik available in Indonesia, as the core of their design. Hanyutan managed to debut in Jakarta Fashion Week and then got the chance to also debut in the prestigious Paris Fashion Week this October by online. We can also learn from a Korea footwear brand, Sapun, where the brand managed to reach a global market through utilizing the e-commerce, which is Shopee. So, to sum it up, the gap between the early adopter denizens and the tech-savvy ones is kind of minimized since we are forced by the situation to be more open to the digitization. Because if we want to sustain in the long run, we have to adapt with this digitization and embrace it. Therefore, as the Indonesia youthful generation, we have to maximize the digital opportunities available. Well, that's all from our group. Thank you. Kamsahamnida.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Jessica and Miss Claudia, for the wonderful presentation, ladies. To summarize, Miss Jessica and Miss Claudia has highlighted a few key points. The first of which is Indonesia's competitive advantages, which are rich in natural sources and a population that consists mainly of people within the productive working age. Secondly, Indonesia has focused on moving MSMEs to a more digital-focused platform. Indonesia itself has the largest digital economy in Southeast Asia. The government has implemented multiple different programs in stimulating this, such as the Gerakan UMKM Go Online 2019, which aims to educate MSME owners on digital platforms, and the Gerakan Nasional Bangga Buatan Indonesia dan Belanja Buatan Indonesia, that aims to increase the household consumption towards local products. Furthermore, COVID-19 has created an acceleration of e-commerce with heavy emphasis towards fintechs. With this, there has been an increase of internet penetration ever since COVID-19 within the Indonesian population. Furthermore, on top of all of this, Indonesia also aims to reach the global market with their local products, as their product qualities are now comparable to those of imported goods. Now we will open the question and answer session. Once again, if you would like to ask a question, please type in the chat box. If you would like to ask directly to the speakers, please use the raise hand option. Again, we are also opening an open discussion for the question and answer session. So if anybody would like to participate in the discussion, please use the raise hand feature. All right, would there be any questions? Okay, we have someone who would like to ask a question, Miss Aninda Widiatanti. You,
Yes, hello.
yes.
My name is Aninda Widyanti, and I'm not sure if this is mandatory, but I am from Unikat Madya Jakarta. And as we all know that actually for a few years, a lot of our youth have been using these digital platforms like digital e-commerce such as Shopee and Tokopedia to acquire goods or just buy household goods that they need. And of course, they would have like easier access to it. But what about the older generation who didn't grow up with as much technology as we did? Or how to buy stuff, and how do we promote it so that they can use it as effectively as our youth? Thank you for your time.
Would any of the speakers like to address the question first?
Sorry, first of all, the question kind of got cut in the middle.
Oh, yeah, so correct me if I'm wrong, of course, but what I understood was, so because Indonesia is moving towards a much more digitalized platform, that's very advantageous for the youth. What about the older generation that doesn't necessarily have access to these or do not have the proper knowledge on using them? How about them?
So let me answer. As I mentioned earlier, our government has been trying to educate the older generations in terms of how to use the digital platform and how to use digital payments as the new marketplace. I think in regards how the older generations can really use it or not, we as the youth generation, we need to take the part in and also educating the older generation to get used to the digitization. Because if you want to survive in the long run, we cannot rely mostly on the government, but we as the youth needs to take the part in it to encourage them to go digitization, to go digital. Yeah, I mean, I think that's it.
Okay.
Answer your questions.
Miss Claudia, would you like to add?
Okay, maybe I'd just like to add a little bit because I also think that that is the answer, which is, I mean, the education is the answer. And from my example, last year from my university, I went to a project which is a community development, and I guess the community development is kind of focusing on the MSMEs owner, which is not only the youthful generation, they are come from the older generation, and they're not, and it's not only on the middle, not only from the top level generation. By utilizing the youth generation, we can give the message to encourage and to educate the SMEs owner, especially, to be more aware of the usage of the digitalization. And that is for sure a long process. So we have to contribute again and again.
Okay, yeah, I definitely agree with both of your statements that with the educating of the older generation, it's not within the hands of the government on their own. We also, as the young generation, have to also take part in educating the older generation in helping them move towards a more digitalized economy. And yeah, definitely agree. I believe we have someone else who would like to add, Miss Grace. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you for the change. Hello, thank you for the presentation. I like to ask, I think in Indonesia there are still MKM owners who cannot operate the internet. In your opinion, what efforts can they make to survive in the midst of this digitalization? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Grace, for your questions. Okay, I will answer first. I think the answer similar with this one, which is by empowering the local MSMEs owner in order to give them more information and more knowledge about the digitalization. Therefore, it is very important that the government also utilize through the education institution in order to reach the goals, which is the digitized MSMEs. Well, maybe Jessica, you would like to add more?
I think my answer is the same to you because, yeah, hope it answers your questions.
All right. We have Mr. Fauzi who would like to add. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, and forgive me for all participants because as the host I cannot raise hand, so I just look for the raise hand features and I cannot find it. Yeah, I think because I'm host, so I cannot find the raise hand features. So I think I agree. I agree with the Grace statements that told about we are as the young generations know more about the technology, know more about the digital. But how about the older generations? Uh, as I felt that I have some simulations and also some experiences in the field of community development where this made me a questions like this: is technology or the digitalizations killing or helping human jobs? Because as I know that the very rapid development of technology has caused a shift in consumption patterns. Online shops are now shifting the role of convention stores. As a result, like the company's promotions and marketing costs are reduced. On the other hand, the company's digital technology, by shifting the roles of the marketing party, encourage a reductions in workforce operating expenses. Now, this needs to be anticipated because on the other side, horizontal conflict will arise due to the company's efficiency policies. Like consumption partner will shift because of the social media culture disturb basic human needs. Digital technology also, I think, has a bad impact because the development of illegal deep web activities can open opportunities for consumer to buy illegal products and also services. So I think this is what I would like to talk is we are as the young generation is really need to empower the the society, especially the older generations. As I mentioned before, I have an experience, and it's really hard, like to tell and to mention about how this technology work to the older society because I ever to go some village and just told more about handphone and how to use Instagram, how to use online markets such as Shopee and then Lazada and others. It's really hard like for them to understand, and sometimes it takes the questions also to me: is technology killing or helping human jobs? Yeah, maybe that's all from me. Thank you so much.
I'd just like to add really quickly, there's another question that also correlates with Fauzi's question in the chat from Miss Hanun. How can Indonesia overcome the barriers that we may have, such as the unequal internet access, low adaptability to modern technology, and disadvantages in communities? How can we leverage these opportunities within digitalized economy in order to also stimulate those kinds of communities? So I believe that also correlates with the question and would probably have the same answer. So ladies, if you'd like to answer.
First of all, thank you for the questions. Um, First of all, I would like to mention transitioning from the conventional technology to digitalization. Of course, it's not going to be easy, especially because people were not used to the digitizations. First of all, especially for the older generations. That's why I want to emphasize that that is our part as the youth to also help them to get used to the digitization. And also, why do we think that digitization and digitalization is very important? Because if we want to survive and sustain in the long run economy, we need to be able to follow with the trend, and in which currently there are the industry 4.0 going on and others such as Internet of Things. So if we cannot use the digitization, of course, we won't be able to survive in the long run economy. So that's why I think like we as the youth need to take the part in also helping in educating the older generation to get used to it. I know it's going to be hard from now on, but yeah, I think that's what we are going to do from now on. Maybe Claudia wants to add.
Okay, I'd like to answer Fauzi's question first. In my opinion, that digital is like a double-edged swords. It depends on how you use and maximize the technology. Because if we look at the bad side, yes, there will always be a bad side on everything. And just like the McKinsey says on its report that there's a paradox in Indonesia's digital, where Indonesia's internet users are among the world's active, but why our people lacks in maximizing the digital opportunities. And but we can also maximize the potential. I mean, beside the negative effects on how technology affecting our behavior, we can also like seeing it as the opportunities. For example, let's take for example the negative side on go shopping on e-commerce is, first, we might have no money. We will also be more productive maybe because we are looking to vouchers maybe in Shopee, like that. But if we see on the positive sides, it helps the MSMEs. It helps the MSMEs owner when we buy through the e-commerce, right? And it also results that it also helps with encourage the purchasing power of our people. So it's not only about the negative sides. And regarding Hanun questions, okay. Well, we know that it is that the unequal internet access, the low adaptability to modern technology is the advantages to our communities. But I believe that the government also help to improve our digital infrastructure. And as we can see, currently, after the pandemic, it results of 15 to 20% increase in the maximizing of digital as the result of the utilizing of to study and to work. So yeah, it takes time, but we are improving every single time, I believe. Yep, that's all from me, I think.
All right. I believe somebody else would like to have an input to Miss Nida. Please, you may have the floor.
Okay, thank you for the chance. Okay, I absolutely agree with the presenters or the speakers about the digitalization, the era of pandemic in this pandemic. So, but for me, I think all of us have to set the point of view that the technology, what is it? The technology controls us, or we control the good technologies, just like that. So yes, we needed technology, but as Mr. Fauzi said, that I think that shouldn't be the, what is it? The choice between the technology kill or help. I think if we, the smart users, and we are not the under control of the technologies, we have to be more aware, and then we don't need neglected the traditional one, or even our human being, what is it? Yeah, the point is we have to choose technology controls us, or we control the technology. So we don't need to depend on the technology or the government or anything else. We have to survive in ourselves, or we have to dig more knowledge so we can survive in anything or any condition, I think. So we have to be smarter to use technology, I think. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Nida. We have one more question. I believe this could be the last question before we wrap up, because we are a bit tight on time for the Q&A. This question is from Dimas, who has said that the Ministry of Manpower has noted that the pandemic has left more than 13 million people laid off and unemployed. With the current situation, when MSMEs become the backbone of Indonesian economy, how do you use the role of the government in anticipating a more potential workforce to engage in MSME? Due to the lack of jobs, do you see it as a positive thing for the Indonesian economy in the future? Ladies, if you'd like to answer the question, please do go ahead.
First of all, thank you for the question. And regarding the increase in unemployment number, first of all, I think not only Indonesia suffers from this, but also the global world is suffering from this problem. And how do you see the role of, okay, so actually, even though the number of employment rate is increasing in Indonesia currently, however, for the digital businesses such as Shopee, Tokopedia, and others, in which focusing in which really focusing on the digital platform, digital opportunities, they actually provide a lot of opportunities for the job seekers, and also for those who might be seeking for jobs. And due to the lack of jobs, if we manage to maximize utilizing the current opportunities, especially the digital opportunities, I believe that it will also invite for another, it may be for an investment, such as I mentioned earlier, PT Sejin Fashion Indonesia. During this pandemic, that PT Sejin decided to move to relocate its factories from Thailand, China to Pati, Central Java of Indonesia, and actually that kind of agreement created between the South Korea and also our government open an opportunity for 4,000 new jobs being created. So I think we need to rather than become afraid of welcoming the digitization, I think we need to be more open regarding it, because of course the current lack of jobs is mostly due to the COVID-19. However, I believe that in 2000 and later in the next year, our economic will see a better trend, better positive trend.
Okay,
And I don't think it will affect much. Okay, maybe Claudia wants to add.
Yeah, I'd like to add for Dimas' questions. Yes, because MSME is seen to be the backbone of Indonesia's economy. Therefore, we have to realize that the, that the COVID-19 effects is unavoidable. That's why rather than just staying still with the bad effects of the COVID-19, we have to seek any opportunities. We have to be more creative, and one example is you can start. Maybe you also can start creating your own startups. I believe that will be the answer. And for Nida's questions, okay, I do agree with your statement. Since, like I said earlier, that technology is like a double-edged sword. It depends on how you use it. And maybe some of you already watch the Social Dilemma from on Netflix. The documentary says that if we are not paying for the product, then we might be the product. Our attention is the product. Our attention is the product being sold to the advertisers. So, like you have said, we are the one controlling what we can do. Yeah, maybe that's all I can add. Thank you for your questions.
All right. I think that would wrap up our question and answer session for this group of presenters. Thank you very much to Miss Claudia and Miss Jessica for the great presentation and for answering everyone's questions. As well as thank you everybody for asking questions and for the discussion that we had. It was very insightful and very interesting. So now we're going to move on to the closing of this session and for having a quick break. So for this, I'm going to hand back to our MC, Miss Saskia. You may have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rani. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next session, the attendees are welcome to take a break for 20 minutes. And I would like to inform again that all of you have a right to vote who will be awarded as Best Presenter, Best Group, and Best Paper. 115 people here have a right to vote via Google form, and we will send the voting form in the chat box after all groups finish the presentation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and please note that after the break session at 12:50 p.m. Jakarta time and 2:50 p.m. Korea time, we will continue to another session, which is third presentation from second Korean group. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please take your time to take a rest, and we expected you to stay in the Zoom room. Thank you, everyone. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start in 2 minutes. Please open your camera and turn off your microphone. Thank you for opening your camera. So yeah, let's start. Let's continue our event for today. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Indonesia Korea Youth Friendship Forum 2020. How to brand your country in the middle of global crisis. We are going to continue to the next session, which is third presentation from second Korean group. Without any further ado, I would like to hand over to the moderator, Ms. Raini Zafira. The floor is yours.
Alrighty, thank you, Miss Askia. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to today's event. Our second session, we will have two group presenters, one Korean group and one Indonesian group. The Korean group will consist of presenters Miss Dubin and Miss Kyongjin, and the Indonesian group will consist of presenters Miss Hanun Talia and Miss Teresia Magdalena Teofani. As a reminder, our question and answer process will be the same as all of our other sessions. Anyone who would like to ask a question, please use the raise hand feature or the chat box, and there will be an open discussion, so anyone who would like to add to the discussion or provide their input or participate may use the raise hand feature when a question is being answered. And now we will move on to our third group of presentation for the day. They will be presenting the essay under the title of Korean Tourism Industry Under the COVID-19 Crisis. South Korea has one of the most flourishing tourism industries in East Asia, with an abundance of beautiful destinations that are in the eyes of every tourist's bucket lists. However, with the threat of COVID-19 dawning upon the world, many countries have resorted to implementing strict travel restrictions, disabling the mobilization of the multi-million-dollar industry worldwide. Countries such as Korea, that were once on high demand for their beautiful tourist spots, are forced to close their tourist attractions and leave their tourism industry in an idle state. The question now is, how have the Koreans adapted the tourism industry to suit the current situation, as well as abide and maintain the health and safety protocols? Our second Korean group is going to answer that question for us today. The presenters are Bin Yim from Seoul National University and Ms. Gyeong Jin from Dongguk University. So please join me in welcoming our third group of presenters, Ms. Dubin and Ms. Gyeong Jin. Ladies, you have 15 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Ms. Dubin, Ms. Gyeongjin, are you there? We can't really hear you. Can you please speak up?
For the presentation,
Hello? Your voice is a little quiet.
for the presentation, we give two questions to you.
Can't you guys hear the Gyeongjin's voice?
Ms. Gyeongjin, can you please speak up? We can't quite hear you.
아니면 이어폰 빼고 보내. 응? 이어폰 빼고 보내. 빼고? 연결. Wait for a minute, please.
Can you hear me?
Oh yes, that's so much better. Okay, please continue.
Before the presentation, we give two questions to you, so please listen to the presentation while thinking about this question. This is contents of our presentation. I'm going to present the chapter 1 and chapter 2 of Korean tourism industry crisis under COVID-19. Let's summarize the importance of the tourism industry in the Korean economy through 4 figures. The overall trend of inbound tourists has shown an average annual growth of 7.8% over the past decade. Second, the number of outbound tourists has increased 2.3-fold from 12.29 million in 2010 to 28.7 million in 2018. Third, as of 2020, the GDP contribution of Korea's tourism industry is 2.8%, the percentage hovering below the OECD average of 4.10%. But we are not disappointed because of next reasons. First, Korea's overall ranking was ranked 16th out of 140 countries in the 2019 Tourism Competitiveness Index evaluation, the highest ever. Korea's tourism industry crisis have occurred frequently, but we got over it all. As you can see, the number of foreign tourists visiting Korea in 2019 reached 17.5 million, achieving a tourism income of about $22.5 billion. The tourism industry is directly affected by the COVID-19. It is no exaggeration to say that the tourism market itself has disappeared, but the current situation is occurring because countries around the world are implementing deterrence policies such as business shutdown, travel ban, self-isolation, teleworking to prevent the spread of COVID-19. The damage to 5 major industries in the tourism service industry, such as aviation, travel, hotel, international conference, and casino, are estimated at $3.57 billion, with up to 1.58 million tourists and $17.33 billion in tourism income expected by the end of this year. In the wake of COVID-19, 7 domestic airlines suffered a series of operating losses in the first quarter of this year, totaling nearly $500 million. So new employment of airline is suspended altogether, and all domestic airlines began high-strings restructuring, including the sale of assets secured with liquidity, along with the efforts to reduce labor costs such as these 5 things. There are many travel agencies that stop their business activities and only maintain their licenses while minimizing their manpower. Now, the government has managed to extend the lifespan of the travel industry by issuing emergency loans in the process of closing down agencies. As of October 30, the amount of government aid loaned by travel agencies amounted to $686.5 million. if the government fails to repay the loan, the travel agency can't close its business by free will. This is why the survival rate of travel agencies in the COVID-19 crisis reached 96%. The COVID-19 crisis prolonged and damage to the hotel industry is increasing. The situation in Lotte Hotel and Hotel Silla, two pillars of the Korean hotel industry, is not good either. In September this year, the NICE credit rating has put Lotte Hotel and Hotel Silla on the downward review ratings monitoring list since April. Korea Corporation Rating and Korea Credit Rating have assigned both companies negative ratings outlook. As you can see, between the first and the third quarters, the situation for the two hotels recorded a big deficit. In the duty-free business, Hotel Silla recorded an operating loss of $12.74 million in the third quarter, and Lotte Hotel recorded an operating deficit of $527.8 million in the second quarter. Unless both companies make an absolute business recovery, long-term impact on fundamentals is inevitable.
Hello everyone, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I am Dabenim. I would like to deliver the rest part of presentation. From now on, I will talk about some measures which have been executed to improve the situation of tourism industry in Korea. Because of prohibition entry and quarantine, the sky road is literally blocked these days. Therefore, aviation industry could be one of the sectors of which the recovery could be very slow.
혹시 소거해 주시면 아무튼 네.
Sorry, Miss Devin, your voice has been cut out. We can't hear you. Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, better.
Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm sorry about, I think it's because of the connection problem. Okay, then I will start again by the aviation industry. Because of prohibition entry and quarantine, the sky road is literally blocked these days. Therefore, aviation industry could be one of the sectors of which the recovery could be very slow. In the case of FSC, Full Service Carrier Company, their key strategy to survive in their COVID-19 situation was to focus on freight transportation. Unlike other global airline companies, the Korean Air and Asian Airlines were already working in the field of freight transportation and had several large cargo planes. Therefore, after outbreak of COVID-19, they could recover relatively in short period than other airline companies. In case of the Korean Air, since they focused on freight transportation, they were almost the only airline which had a surplus among the entire international main airlines in last August. They increased the number of runs of 23 cargo planes, which they already possessed before, and they maximized the profit by conveying supplies of prevention of epidemics and other electronic devices. Also, they have removed the seats of passenger planes and changed them into cargo planes to maximize their profits. Especially in the end of the year, because of large-scale discount events such as Black Friday, and holidays, the demand of flight transportation is expected to increase more. Therefore, I think we can also expect the recovery from the FSC, full service carrier company. And next, however, commonly the LCC, low-cost carrier airlines, which don't have large cargo planes, had to increase the runs of domestic lines and induce the consumption of them in short term. Therefore, Jin Air, which is one of the main LCC airline in Korea, created 5 of new domestic lines in July. However, since the demand of travel has again decreased after rediffusion in Korea during autumn, this kind of solution is not quite working effectively. Therefore, for the survival of LCC airlines, they need another measures except expanding domestic lines. Fundamentally, they have to find a way to induce the demand for travel. Of course, developing the travel products focusing on big tourist spots, which already have been crowded, cannot be realized since the diffusion of COVID-19 is concerned. Thus, they have to find a less crowded spot which had not been discovered before and also which is located in suburbs. In the same time, they should develop program of small-scale group tour by collaboration with other travel agencies. Thirdly, after COVID-19 situation, completely new concept of flight has been invented, which is called sightseeing flight. It was firstly realized in Taiwan, but it is also getting popular in Korea right now. During sightseeing flight, the airplane does not actually land on the destination, but just fly at low altitude around the destination and come back to departure point. By this product, the consumers can solve their desire to overseas travel. Actually, in last September, Asiana Airline and Hana Tour, which is a main travel agency in Korea, developed this kind of product called Skyline Tour, as you can see on the screen. This product called Skyline Tour, which traveled above domestic spots such as Jeju Island and Gimpo, all of the seats were actually sold out after 12 hours of selling. This showed how much people were interested in this kind of product. Since they have to fly in the airspace of another country, related laws should be considered and therefore they need about 2 months to plan this product to overseas. However, if the Korean government shows flexibility in interpreting regulation and allows tourists to use the duty-free shop, as same as Taiwan government, this product could also help activate both industry and duty-free industry. Lastly, by loss of government agencies and social organizations in Korea, various visual tour programs and other attempts to reactivate tourism industry have been conducted. However, today I would like to introduce one of the case called 2020 Online Seoul International Travel Mart, in short term as ITM, which has started since 6th of November and will end on 27th. Seoul Metropolitan City is one who planned this event with the support of Ministry of Culture and other 11 airline companies, related governmental departments and associations. And the goal to support the new leap of global and domestic tourism industry in 2021. This occasion is consisted of 3 parts. Actually, the photo on the screen is the first page of SITM website, and you can see the each banners. First of all, it offers online business consult meeting, which is called B2B Travel Mart, in which international buyer and domestic seller can have a discussion in one-on-one system. Currently, 190 buyers from 29 countries and 1,010 seller companies are participating in this sector. During the occasion, they will offer translation service of English, Chinese, and Japanese, and also they will offer video call program. Also, for the best 200 seller companies, which delivered many consoles, they will give gift card, which can be used anywhere in Korea. Second of all, there is a sector of advertisement of tourism spots of Seoul. As you can see in the photo, they offer 5 courses which can choose by your personal interest. For example, the third one is a Seoul Hallyu Korean Wave content course that I would like to
see more specifically, and when you click on that course, you can see short explanation about that course. Also, specific explanations of each spots included, such as Seoul Library, Gyeongbokgung, and Changbokgung, which are traditional palaces of Korea, and other famous streets in Seoul. For last, as you can see, you can also experience the VR tour of some places, and in the screen you can see the VR tour of Changbokgung. Lastly, there is a Seoul Tourism Job Fair in which 60 companies inside and outside of Korea have participated to recruit new talented person for the tourism industry. On the website, they offer the one-on-one matching and visual interview. As you can see, tourism industry is one of the most affected section under COVID-19 situation. Of course, the companies of airline, tourism agency, and lodging industry are struggling, but most importantly, the workers of those industry are getting fired or not being paid as usual, which means that they can be threatened their livelihood. Therefore, except just loaning money or giving a support funding, the government should find a more fundamental way to solve or improve this kind of situation. I think the example of 2020 Online Seoul International Travel Mart SITM, which I just showed you guys before, could be the positive model in which both recruitment, business meeting, and even tour program are included. However, in case of private companies, developing new kind of travel products is a big risk to them. Therefore, the government should support them in funding and also in advertising. COVID-19 virus is harsh to everyone, but we think that, Kyungjin and I think, that the only way to pass this situation safely is to find the way together. This is end of our presentation, and we would like to proceed to discuss session. As we told you before, these two questions are the ones we have to discuss about. I hope to hear diverse opinion from you guys. And of course, if there are some genuine questions to us, you may ask us. From now on, I think our moderator will proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Davin and Ms. Gyeongjin, for the wonderful presentation. Before we get into the question and answer session, I would just like to take some time to summarize the material that has been brought forth. The ladies brought some very interesting points, some of which was that Korea's tourism industry has a revenue of up to $2.5 billion. COVID's effects towards the Korean tourism industry spans out between multiple of the industries within those, which are the travel industry, transportation industry, and the hotel industry. Seeing there is an extreme drop in participation of tourism attractions, employment suspensions, downward review ratings of top hotels, so on and so forth. Measures to improve the tourism industry that has been implemented by the Korean government includes, but aren't limited to, focus on freight transportation with increasing intake of cargo planes, increase of domestic flights by inducing the demands of travel, and sightseeing flights, where airplanes do not land but fly at low altitudes for tourism sites. Furthermore, the government has also implemented a visual tour program, which is called the 2020 Online Seoul International Travel Mart, which includes offers of tourist spots in form of online courses, a Seoul VR tour, and Seoul Tourism Job Fair, among many others. Before we get into everyone's questions, there was a discussion question brought by the speakers that they would like the audience to answer. So seeing that people have already raised their hands right now, I would just like to welcome the floor to Ms. Teresia first to answer these questions.
Apologies, but I have a question. I don't want to answer this question.
Would anyone want to address the discussion questions from the speakers? Okay, Miss Aninda, you may.
Yes, hello. Thank you for the wonderful presentation, Ms. Davin and Ms. Kyungjin. That was a very insightful presentation, and it is also somewhat a clear explanation of the ads I've been seeing on YouTube regarding the I Soul You campaigns, where they would actively put in Korean idols and have them experience these places in VR and kind of ask the audience to join in as well. For my personal answers, for the first question, my personal reason to travel is usually to experience a new place, to experience a new cultures. And these new innovations such as sightseeing flight and the VR tour are very, very interesting, except that they do miss about one key point for me, which is the exclusion of the three other senses that we use. We have touch, smell, sight, hearing, and taste. But through sightseeing flight and the VR tour, for the VR tour, we could use our sight and our hearing, but I think for the sightseeing flight, it's very, very catered to sight, and therefore we can't really experience the place as it is. Like we can't feel the sands of the beaches, or we can't feel the air as it is, and we can't smell the air, if that makes sense. So it is interesting, but it does have its own limitations. But it is a very new innovation, so it could definitely be worked upon better. And for the second question, the characteristic tour project of each Indonesia and Korea under the COVID-19 situation, I think Korea has done a good job in highlighting the more interesting places, such as in the ISOL-U campaign. They would show the Namsan Seoul Tower and a lot more interesting destinations that certainly other countries don't have. But for Indonesia itself, our strongest points in travel is like our natural destinations, such as the beaches of Bali, the mountains in Jogja, or the really big temple in Jogja as well. I'm not very educated in this field because I haven't been traveling around Indonesia myself, but maybe to increase this kind of awareness towards these places, we could have like VR tours on the very natural destinations of Indonesia, and maybe have a more interesting kind of presentation, like the scuba diving in that, I forgot the name of the place, but there is this one place in Indonesia where it is like very, very, oh, Raja Ampat. In Raja Ampat, it's very famous for its scuba diving. So maybe we can make like VR videos about swimming in there, and they could feel firsthand on how it's like. And that's only one example. This answer is getting a little too long, so I will stop myself here. Thank you for the opportunity to answer the question.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Aninda. I definitely agree with most of your statements. That pretty much all, actually. I agree that tourism does require you to get involved with all of your senses and actually be there. Because for me personally, I travel to eat most of the time, so I do want to like experience the different kinds of traditional foods from around the world. So that's one of my personal selling points for traveling. So not being able to do that is sort of like a turnoff almost. However, I do understand that with this current situation, that's just not possible. So these kind of innovations are very appreciated for us and for us tourists and travelers alike. And yeah, would anybody else like to add to the discussion questions before we move on to the next questions from the audience? Okay, seeing that we do not have anyone who would like to, I'm just going to move on to our next person. Ms. Teresia, you may now ask a question.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity and thank you for the wonderful presentation. However, I do have a question, especially in regards to the sightseeing flights. So as far as I'm concerned, there are actually various backlashes in regards to this idea. For example, actually Qantas Airways from Australia has tried to do this, but they received a major backlash from climate campaigners because of the major pollution and emission that actually the sightseeing flights brings. So my question would be, how exactly would you make this idea environmentally friendly, seeing that the industry have to make more short flights available, of course, because research actually found that short haul flights like this are more harmful to the climate than long haul ones, because taking off and landing planes actually burns more fuel than cruising. So our concern is how exactly is this idea going to support the sustainability, especially in the terms of environment? Thank you.
Should I answer now?
Go ahead.
Okay, actually, this is really new idea about connecting environmental problem and with the sightseeing flight. Actually, I was a little bit shocked that sightseeing flight is even a short flight, but it gives more harms to environment. And however, why I mentioned the concept I mentioned about sightseeing flight is just an like concept for like short term. Of course, it can be sustained since it can fulfill like completely all the desires about the vacation. Since as like moderator likes to feel the cuisine of the other country, and those who want to actually feel the cultural culture, they would not agree with this kind of concept. Therefore, still the sightseeing flight is a starting idea. Therefore, there are very many things to think about this. And if there are harm to environment, then I also agree that this will be not that quite good idea. Uh, mm, yes, then therefore, how about not using a plane but a cruise ship? And therefore, I think it will be better for the environment than using a actual plane. Actually, this is just a small idea. Therefore, I hope there will be more discussion about environmental problem and their relation with the skyline tour. Yes, thank you.
Ms. Gunjin, would you like to add? Ms. Kyunjin?
My opinion is can you hear me? My opinion is same with Tabin.
All right. I'm just gonna add in some of my personal input as well. I agree with what Ms. Dubbins suggested, with perhaps using a more sustainable medium of transport for these sightseeing tourist attractions, such as like maybe cruise boats, for example. And of course, I'm not an expert, so I don't know the full extent of how harmful this can be for the environment, but I do feel that cruise boats would at least be more sustainable than having low altitude planes flying all over the city or whatnot. And also seeing that Indonesia is an archipelago, which consists of like many islands, and our country mainly consists of the ocean. I feel that this would be a great fit for Indonesian tourism as well, personally, because it's like island hopping essentially to me. So that would be my personal opinion. So if nobody would like to add further to this question, I'm just going to move on to our next question from Miss Hanun Talia. First of all, I would like to appreciate the presentation, such an interesting idea. However, I do have some questions. In the presentation, the tourism issues that you brought up concern more than aviation. How would your idea help other tourism businesses impacted by the pandemic, especially the hotel industry and small medium enterprises, seeing that these industries are ones that comprise of middle to low income individuals in comparison to aviation, which mostly comprise of big corporations. And even in aviation, there are a lot of issues in pushing this initiative, such as regulations, making sure planes fly in a safe altitude, and COVID-19 prevention measures. How do you ensure that the benefits outweigh the costs?
Since there are a little bit many things to talk about this question, I hope I can just focus on few points. Actually, since the lack of the time, I would like to just focus on aviation industry while my presentation. However, we also thought about the solution for the hotel industry. For example, the best way would be including smart tax, relating smart tax with the hotel industry. Actually, before COVID-19 situation, hotel was a little bit really rich guys culture. They like go get a private services and like every concierge helps them. However, during the COVID-19 situation, this kind of culture should be a little bit changed. For example, in Korea, there is a term called hokangs. It is a two word of richness and like vacances, which means vacation is the combination of these words. But since people can't go abroad in this kind of time, they actually, some of the groups of friends or family go to the hotel and just have their time in the hotel while eating delicious things and just spending time in their room. And while like booking or getting served by the foods, they use a application. For example, when you book, you don't have to meet others in person, but use just application. And also when you check in, you can use just application and get in while getting a code or a code for your room. And also about the service of eating, diners, they could deliver to the rooms, not using the restaurant which is located inside of the hotel. Those kind of using smart tags could be a good solution for this kind of industry. And also about about the medium enterprises, I think 2020 online SITM, which I mentioned at the last of my presentation, could be really helpful for this kind of enterprises, since they are offering business meeting platforms, and also they can recruit other resources, human resources from this kind of platform. Therefore, since medium enterprises don't have that much of money, they can't actually open or advertise or conduct this kind of online meeting by themselves. But if the government actually supply this kind of platform, then they just have to participate in this platform and make other profits. And therefore, I think, as I said in the conclusion, government's role will be really important for making survive the medium enterprises for advertising and serving the platform. Would this be enough for your question? Yes, this is finished.
Yeah, I think I do, but it is a complicated situation because even businesses like hotels, you cannot go to in reality you cannot go to hotels because you have to get off the planes, right, in your idea. But yeah, I don't see this like these sightseeing planes as an answer to help these businesses. But I do agree. This is like the government has to help in this situation. Thank you.
Would Ms. Gyonjin like to add?
Davin's opinion. Davin's opinion is very great, so I agree with her. Sure. Sorry. Thank you.
Alrighty, and I believe that was our final question for this question and answer session. And that would mark the end of our session for this group. Thank you very much to Ms. Dabin and Ms. Kyunjin for the wonderful presentation and for the wonderful discussion and answering everyone's questions. We all appreciate your presence here today. And thank you to everyone who has asked the questions and for the discussion as well. Now, it is time for us to move on to our final group of the day. They will be presenting their essay under the title of Bringing the Past and the Future, Showcasing Indonesia's Cultural Heritage Through Virtual Tourism. Over the years, the tourism sector in Indonesia has gained quite a reputation in the global community. However, ever since the pandemic hit, all of the successes seem to go down in vain after Indonesia's management of the COVID-19 outbreak was deemed unsuccessful, driving away the interest of international tourists to visit the country. As an effort to revive the tourism sector and relieve the economy, several health protocols are established to allow tourists to travel safely. Alas, these efforts still do not suffice. Taking advantage of the advancement in technological innovations and psychological studies on human cognition, we offer a new way of cultural tourism that showcases Indonesia heritage through an interactive storytelling experience using the means of virtual reality. This presentation is going to be given by our final Indonesian group. The presenters are Ms. Hanun Talia and Ms. Teresia Magdalena Teofani from Universitas Indonesia. As a reminder, anyone who would like to ask a question may do so either via the chat or by the raise hand feature, and there will be an open discussion at the Q&A session as per usual. Now please, join me in welcoming our final group of today, Ms. Hanun and Ms. Teresia. Ladies, the floor is yours. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you. Let me share my screen first. Has it shown yet?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Menuju kebebasan tanpa gejolak.
With its diverse culture, beautiful natural landscapes, and robust wildlife, Indonesia has been long proud of its tourism sector, attracting many from across the world.
But as the pandemic hits, Indonesia has claimed one of the highest COVID-19 death rates in the world. With all the challenges and limitations that comes with the pandemic, what can the country do to regain its reputation?
Good afternoon. Annyeonghaseyo, selamat siang. My name is Anantalia, and I'm here with...
My name is Teresia Magdalena Teofani.
We're from the Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Indonesia, in which culture has long been a topic in our line of study. And we're here to bring our paper, which is titled Bridging the Past and the Future, Showcasing Indonesia Cultural Heritage Through Virtual Tourism. But first of all, let me add a little bit of context. So in March 2020, the World Health Organization has declared the COVID-19 virus a global pandemic. As of June 17, globally, we know that there are more 8 million cases of COVID-19 globally, with a death rate over 400,000. And in Indonesia itself, there's a lot of, there has been around 40,000 people positively infected with COVID-19, with a death rate over 2,000. This COVID-19 pandemic affects a lot of people in all regions, and it also affects various aspects of people's life, including tourism. But how does the tourism sector look like in Indonesia exactly? So before the pandemic, over the years, the tourism sector in Indonesia has gained quite a reputation in the global community. In 2017 alone, we know that we have the 2017 Travel Award by the .uk magazine. And then we have the World Best Tourism Video, which was shown at the very first of this presentation, which is presented by the UN WTO Award. And we also have the Destination of the Year by the Asia Pacific TTG Travel Award, which is a pretty prestigious award in Asia Pacific region. And as a matter of fact, our tourism competitive index grew to rank 14th in 2019 from its previous rank, which is 50th in 2015. However, ever since the pandemic, all these achievements, all these numbers seem to go down in vain, especially after Indonesia management of the COVID-19 outbreak was deemed unsuccessful. And this is known publicly, as we see that even in online media, as shown as in the very first of this presentation there, that it is available in online media, which can be assessed globally. So, but the country itself actually is getting better, with the recovery rate now reaching more than 80% of total cases, which is a great increase for the 70% rate in September. But with all the bad publicity by the media, the country name itself has actually been tarnished, especially in the eyes of the tourists, which is why the trust of the tourists has yet to be regained. Alas, what can Indonesia do to restore the tourism sector even amid the pandemic? So we believe that the answer lies in advancing virtual tourism with a main focus on storytelling. As we know, there's an increase of worldwide internet usage, and with this increase, many perceive the world through the web. Therefore, internet has become an essential factor in shaping tourist perception, as well as leading them to have positive responses, positive perception, and influence their choice of destination. But however, we do believe that instead of simply digitizing, like for example, logos or maybe just putting photos on the website, building brand is now possible for Indonesia to be done virtually in an internet-mediated environment where the virtual experience actually takes place. We do know that certain features of stimuli have been proven to draw attention. Stimuli that are new, different, or unusual tend to attract our attention, which is why there's always this new trend of fashion, new trend of technology, and always any other kind of new trends. And we're also more likely to attend to large, vividly colored stimuli, as depicted in the picture aside. We are more attracted to see the picture below because it has all this color, it has all this contrast, it has all these elements in comparison to the pictures above, which just simply looks dull and uninteresting. And these new, different, unusual, large, vividly colored stimuli are possible now being done in virtual tourism. Next will be explored more by Teresia.
So my partner previously has mentioned before that Indonesia has, even though we are amid the pandemic, there is a potential in reviving the tourism sector through the means of virtual tourism. However, nevertheless, it should be noted that just because we have this new media doesn't mean that we can actually utilize it just right away. It should be noted that the world tourism has become increasingly competitive. So tourists no longer just stop at the image, but they also prioritize the quality of the tourism destination. Next. So research found that there are actually three main determinants of potential tourists. One is the destination's ability to conserve natural resources. With the new increasingly awareness on sustainability, actually tourists are more keen to explore and go to destinations that are actually sustainable, environmentally friendly, and are able to conserve its natural resources. Second is the minimization of pollution levels, for example, including traffic jams. This is especially important to provide a seamless experience in regards to having the tourism experience. And the third is cultural uniqueness. So of course, if you want to have your holidays, you want to go on a vacation, you wouldn't just go you wouldn't choose a destination that is actually the same as yours, the same that you actually see every day. You want to have something new, something different. And cultural uniqueness is actually the last component where Indonesia truly takes the lead. So in the case of Indonesia, virtual tourism can be utilized by simulating a program where the tourists can experience and engaging narratives and contested stories from new perspectives. So there are actually recent studies that have explored the potential of immersive storytelling experiences in activating a deeper personal and emotional connections with cultural heritage. So these past studies can definitely serve as a blueprint for Indonesia's beginning to virtual cultural tourism. So we have our Indonesian fellows here probably have known that Indonesia is one of the culturally diverse countries in the world. Located in Southeast Asia and worldly famous for one of our cities, Bali, Indonesia is one of the most culturally diverse countries in the world with its existing 1,300 ethnic groups and more than 700 languages, actually making us the most linguistically diverse country in the world. So our rich cultural background serves an abundance of cultural tourism potential. However, why is it exactly that the cultural tourism sector in Indonesia is still very underdeveloped? So the problem is most of the investment that the government has been given as to this movement goes towards building the necessary infrastructures to support nature tourism, which we can probably see through the concentrated areas of tourism, which are only concentrated in Bali or Papua, but they only showcase in regards to the nature tourism, which we can get the sense of from the videos that we have shown you before. This is especially unfortunate since 65% of Indonesia's international tourists actually claim to visit the country to study its cultural diversity, not exactly to explore its scenic offerings. So the question would be, why is the cultural tourism sector still underdeveloped in Indonesia? So as we have known, Bali is one of the most popular cultural tourism sector destinations in Indonesia. And a study that is conducted in Bali actually found that there is something that is called an overcrowding issue. Overcrowding issue is essentially the dilution or the loss of the sanctity of the traditional culture, because there are too many new cultures that are interfering to the old one. For example, we have known that Bali is one of the most popular destinations, and therefore they have a massive intake of tourists each year. And due to this massive intake of tourists, bringing new and more diverse cultural perspectives to the region, it slowly but surely dilutes the traditional sanctity of the culture. Things that were not exactly acceptable before became more acceptable, and this actually threatens the sanctity of the culture and dilute the traditional practices of the Bali. So, scared of tarnishing the sacred traditional values of their culture, some people, apart from the Balinese, choose to close their doors altogether from tourists and reject the development of cultural tourism. So, in addressing this concern, we believe that virtual cultural tourism can undoubtedly be a great option to opt. So what exactly would this proposal look like? So using a 180 or 360 degrees virtual reality technology, we will be able to create a private tourism experience with a personal storytelling to immerse the tourist along the journey.
Our culture began to disappear. So we embarked on a journey to recover our identity and the memories of our elders. Our culture began to disappear.
As we have seen in the previous video, this does not only entail regular virtual reality tourism, it entails we try to incorporate more of a storytelling perspective, in which cultural storytelling would be a great addition to advance the current virtual tourism. So there have actually been several virtual tourism videos that are made in Indonesia, as you can see in the screenshot. So it generates quite positive responses, with views reaching hundreds of thousands. However, research shows that VR tourism can actually be as powerful as increasing awareness, providing more experience for tourists and locals, and increase the development of tourism potential. But the one thing that we have forgotten, as we have previously mentioned before, is the lack of cultural aspect. As you can see, the virtual reality tourism only focuses on Raja Ampat, Bromo volcano, and then also the Yogyakarta temples, which focuses more on the nature, not exactly on the culture and the stories that lie behind these places. So we believe that we can certainly go bigger. So virtual cultural tourism is not only the answer to Indonesia's current dilemma amid pandemic. It also goes beyond that. It is a long-term investment. We believe that there are at least 6 pluses that we can certainly get from advancing virtual cultural tourism. First is to the adherence to health protocols. Of course, if it is conducted virtually, there is no need for tourists to travel from one place to another, and it obviously adheres to health protocols and the social distancing measures that is still put in place in various regions. Two is to generate more exposure globally, as it is conducted virtually. There's no limitations in terms of time and space. Everyone can access it just by the means of internet, and it definitely can create a ripple effect and have a more positive impact in terms of global exposure. Third is the seamless and private touring experience. You can experience a tourism sense in the comfort of your own home, and it can be as private as only you and the tour guide. By having it on your own and having it as a seamless and private touring experience, you will be able to engage in the narrative and get the full experience of understanding Indonesia's heritage. Fourth is to benefit the economy. We believe that this is especially important, especially in terms of the pandemic, where small, medium enterprises are actually the most impacted one in terms of the tourism sector. We hope that by pushing forth this virtual cultural tourism idea, we will be able to provide those with disadvantages to rise up and have a chance in fighting amidst this global crisis. And then the fifth is to showcase the most untouched traditional culture. As we have previously mentioned before, that there are many cultures that try to alienate themselves and not want to open up because they are scared of the COVID issue. Then if the tourists don't have to come to them, they don't have to be scared of the cultural dilations. Therefore, we believe that we will be able to showcase the most untouched traditional culture of Indonesia. And lastly, and most importantly, is that we will be able to preserve the sanctity of the culture itself. Coming back to the overcrowding issue, we believe that the means of virtual cultural tourism will be able to overcome the barriers of overcrowding issue and preserve the current state of Indonesia's heritage. Lastly, and most importantly, virtual cultural tourism can bridge understanding across borders. As we know before, of course, cultural values among other nations are different, and if we can enhance these cultural tourism values, we will be able to understand each other more significantly. Not just beyond Indonesia and Korea, it can be internationally.
Daratan akar pun jadi, which is a very famous saying in Indonesia. Most of us know this word when we were a child. Maybe our elementary school teacher taught us. But the implication of this saying, especially amidst this pandemic, is that even if there's a rough road ahead, even if there will be some obstacles, we will march on forward with everything that we have.
So this is the moment where we bridge the past and the future. This is the moment where we have to take advantage of the current cyberspace order to showcase Indonesia's cultural heritage through virtual tourism. This is the moment when we welcome the new digital experience of wonderful Indonesia. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you very much for the great presentation, ladies. I just want to quickly summarize the points that were brought forth before we go into the question and answer session. So to summarize the presentation, Ms. Hanun and Ms. Teresia has brought some very key points, the first of which is Indonesia's state of tourism before COVID-19, achieving multiple commendable awards such as the Travel Award, Destination of the Year, Best Travel Video, so on and so forth. However, after COVID-19, Indonesia has had a fair amount of bad rep or bad publicity, which discourages international tourists. Furthermore, the government is too focused on building infrastructure to facilitate nature tourism instead of cultural tourism, which is especially unfortunate because one of the three determinants of potential tourists is the cultural uniqueness of a destination, which happens to be Indonesia's competitive advantage in the tourist industry. So, to aid to this problem, Ms. Teresia and Ms. Hanun has provided a few solutions. The first of which is the main solution is virtual tourism, which is to use virtual stimuli to aid to the needs of tourists around the world by using an engaging narrative using VR technology or cultural storytelling. There are long-term advantages of this virtual tourism, which are adhering to health protocols, generating global exposure, seamless and private tourist experience, benefiting the Indonesian economy, showcasing untouched traditional culture, and preserving the sanctity of the cultures themselves. So now we will go into our question and answer session. As a reminder, for anyone who would like to ask a question, please do type it in the chat or use the raise hand feature. And this will be an open discussion. So anyone who would like to contribute to the discussion, please use the raise hand feature. Okay, so we have somebody who has raised their hand, Mr. Hafiz. Please, you may have the floor.
Okay, warm greetings from Indonesia. I'm Hafiz from Bandung Institute of Tourism. First of all, I would like to appreciate this presentation. This presentation is very fresh and up to date. Virtual tourism is an interesting idea. However, I have something to say that the tourism sector requires a human touch. And in my personal opinion, virtual cannot replace tourism activities itself, but only as a marketing tool or just can be a tool to maximize the tourist experience. Next, I want to ask about the sustainability, which is the principle of tourism itself. This is connected with the question from Jessica Puspa in the chat box, especially the pillar of people, where in Indonesia itself, the tourism sector has a goal for the welfare of the community. How do community, especially for the local people, get the benefit, get the profit from this virtual tourism? Because there's no tourists come to the destination, it means no spending and economical benefit that local people can get. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Can I answer right away, moderator?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for the question. It's a very good topic to have in this discussion. First of all, yes, this is a way to market, to brand our country, especially after a lot of bad reputation from the media. But this is also can become a source of income. Because, for example, we know that a lot of VR has been starting out in Europe, and usually it's only about natural landscape. And we also know that tourists are very attracted to the culture that we have in Indonesia. So for example, one way that we can leverage this virtual cultural tourism to raise money, for example, is that having, like, for example, if we only use VR, you don't have to pay, but in our idea, we also have this cultural storytelling aspect, right? For example, so even if in the museum, for example, abroad, you know that when you have a tour guide, you have to pay, right? So in a way, it's similar like that. So for example, if you only want to see, you don't have to pay. But if you wanted to know more about the culture, if you wanted to know how the perspective of the villagers, for example, you have to pay, because it is maybe you can say it as a premium features. Maybe Teresa would like to add to that.
Yes, especially probably just going to add the concerns raised by Hafiz. First of all, thank you for the question. In regards to not having any tourists that are coming in, of course, you have to firstly remember that this is a mid-pandemic. We believe that health protocols is the most principal things that we have to adhere. And we are giving the tourism sector an option. What exactly can we do even amid this crisis? So we don't want to, first of all, please keep in mind that we are still in a bit of crisis, and therefore what we propose is aligned with that. Secondly, in addition to what Hanun has previously stated, of course, if we implement this kind of virtual cultural tourism, the traditional communities are the ones who are going to be engaged, because they are the ones who are practicing the culture. And therefore, if they are the ones who are engaged, of course, they will receive some sort of incentives from the government. We are not going to exploit them. This is especially important. We have catered in this in our slides, actually, we have shown in the 6 advantages of the cultural virtual tourism. We have put the benefit the economy as the main core value that we want to that we hope to achieve, because we believe that if we are giving them the platform, we are giving them the chance to actually branch out and have some and showcase their culture and get money from it. Of course, it will be beneficial for them. That's our answer for that question.
Sorry, can I add again? Sure. Yeah, and another one is that we also want to help the culture itself, such as because they also been like overcrowding issue that we have mentioned, right? This idea of virtual culture tourism can also help to to avoid this overcrowding issue, to help preserving the sanctity of the culture itself. Hope that answer your question.
Brilliant answer. It's pretty clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Now we're going to move on to another question from the chat. Is from Aninda Widianti. First of all, thank you for the wonderful presentation, Ms. Hanun and Ms. Teresia. However, I do have a question. As we all know, some indigenous cultures radically reject outsiders in modern technology. If we were to create a culture of storytelling on these isolated cultures, how would we do so? Another question would be, how do we create an interesting storytelling experience from said cultures? What kind of story and narrative do we want to deliver and engage the consumer in with the content being presented?
Sorry. Okay, so I'm going to answer one part of the question first, because it's also a long question. Please do remind me if I forgot to answer the other question. One question is that how we can create an interesting storytelling experience. But generation, we know that Indonesia actually like to tell stories. We have a lot of stories from generation, from thousands of years even, we do have some. And we can also involve the community itself in bringing this virtual cultural experience to life. We can partner up with them, for example. Or another way is that we can also involve youth in this situation. We know that and as has been mentioned by the previous presentation, we have a robust and incoming largely of productive age of youth in the coming years. We can also leverage that situation, because that we also have this youth does not only come from one culture, right? It comes from a lot of culture, and they have a lot of history. And we can invite them, we can involve them to make this cultural storytelling experience to life. Maybe Teresa would like to add to that.
Yes, so probably one thing that I would like to add is more from psychological perspective. So because we are both psychological students, something that I want to add is naturally people are attracted to things that are different. It is a human nature for you to want to see and understand things that are different and nothing that you have seen before. So we believe that if we give them a platform and give them the chance to showcase their different cultures, naturally, tourists would want to see that and would want to pay for that. One core example that we can give according to our statement is our previous finding that 65% of international tourists actually come to the country because they want to study the cultural offerings. What exactly do we have to offer? So of course, if we actually already have the interest from the international community, it is just that now we cannot exactly entertain it in a physical setting. So we believe that in regards to the storytelling experience, there's already a potential. It's just it has not been realization. It has not been realized yet. And in regards to the indigenous cultures that radically reject outsiders and modern technology, yes, we do acknowledge that this might be a concern. However, it is important to note, coming back to to the video example that we have provided before, it is actually it was actually an excerpt taken from an indigenous community, but it was not taken from Indonesia's indigenous community. So we believe that if, as long as we know how exactly to approach them, and as long as we know that what we are doing is trying to help them and not trying to exploit their culture, we believe that through diplomatic exchange, they can certainly understand that what we are trying to do. But of course, one thing that we have to keep in mind is we are by no means trying to force them into it, because we do respect that some cultures, some indigenous communities, especially, are quite resistant to technology. So of course, we still have their best interest in mind. However, this is again, this is a proposal that we believe can definitely help them economically, and we believe that because we don't have to bring a lot of people in, it would help create a middle ground between the government and also the cultural community itself. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I do definitely agree with that previous statement that it is important for any sort of cultural exchange to be consensual towards both parties, and that in order to be able to showcase a culture or an indigenous community that may traditionally refuse this exposure, we need to have that sort of consent in a way, or sort of form, to be able to fully engage, get the consumers to fully engage with this culture, and that and so that we do not directly exploit them, or they do not feel that they are getting unwanted attention from any of the consumers. So I definitely do agree with that. Do we have any other questions that from the chat, or maybe from the raised hand? Okay, I guess not, seeing that we do not have any more. Yeah, seeing that we do not have any more, I think it's time to wrap up this question and answer session. Thank you very much for everyone who asked a question, and thank you very much to Ms. Teresia and Ms. Hanun for the presentation and for answering the questions and the insightful discussion. As a reminder to the audience, you will be picking the winners of the speakers and the presenters today. So please do fill in the survey or the Google Forms that will be provided by our MC later to pick our awardees and the awards that they will be receiving. So finally, our presentations for today has come to a close. Thank you very much, and congratulations to all of our presenters. Best of luck to all of you for the awarding. And for the closing and awarding of today's event, I will be passing back to our MC, Ms. Askia. You may have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Raini. And thank you very much for presenters for your insightful presentation. And also thank you for anybody who participated in the discussion forum. So now we're going to continue to the voting session, and we will send the voting form in the chat box. So please, anyone, check the chat box, and you have 5 minutes to fill the voting form. Okay. You can start voting from now, and you have 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, if you already finished fill the feedback for the voting form, please show us your best reaction using the reaction feature. Okay, thank you everyone. We're still waiting. So I would like to inform again that 115 people here have a right to vote via Google Form. So please use your right to vote. Okay, time's up, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for voting. But we have to wait for a minute for the form accumulation. So, anybody who like to share? We're still counting, so we have to wait for a few minutes. Before we continue, now I would like to invite the co-founder and vice president of Indonesia Youth Foundation, Mr. Ciptadi Akbar Ahdiat, to announce who will be awarded as the best group, best presenter, and best paper. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ciptadi Akbar.
Hello guys, and first of all, thank you for the chance that given to me for announce the result. And now we are still accounting the number of the best presenter, the best team, and others. So please wait around 5 minutes, okay?
Anybody who want to share what you have learned in this forum, please just use the raise hand feature.
I mean, I could share a little bit. about what
Oh,
I learned.
okay.
If
Thank
nobody
you,
else,
Miss Moderator.
I feel like one of the most standout points. I mean, all of the presenters were great, by the way. Everybody did a really good job. I really loved all of the presentations. But I guess something new that I learned was the existing online travel industry that's already been developed in both Indonesia and Korea. Like with the what was it? In Korea with like the online Seoul International Travel Mart thing with the VR tour and the job fair and the tourist spots from online courses. That was really cool. I didn't know about that. I also really liked the importance of building cultural awareness through tourism that was brought by our final group presentation. That was really cool too. And I learned a lot about rebuilding the economy, national economy specifically, with e-commerce and digitalization of markets. And yeah, that was really insightful for me personally. So yeah, good job to all of the presenters. Oh, I think we have somebody else who would like to speak.
Oh, okay. Miss Kim.
Yes, my name is Choa Kim. Was a third year student majoring in political science and international studies at Yonsei University. And I'd like to share what I felt and what I've learned through this forum. So firstly, I had an opportunity to connect with like friends in Indonesia and students in Indonesia Youth Forum, mainly through the chat function. Even though I couldn't connect to all students here, it was very enrichful experience to actually connect with friends in Indonesia. And also the last day and today, so far I was able to gain a very precious insights from a lot of professionals and knowledgeable students regarding the issue of business and other spectrums of area or such as social security system and short seeing airline projects. And that was very meaningful, and I hope to participate in other programs if there's any chance. And thank you for providing this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miss Kim, for sharing. And everyone, if you want to know more about our next event, you can reach us at our Instagram at Indonesia Youth Foundation and at ppdc_Korea. Okay, while waiting, maybe I would like to say, with this opportunity, we wish we could develop stronger and sustainable relationship between Korea and Indonesia, share understanding from other views about how can we improve the image of country after the pandemic COVID-19, and spreading awareness of the importance of youth so that they can take part in building the nation. And if you have any question related to this forum, please reach us at our Instagram at ppdc_Korea and at Indonesia Youth Foundation. Are you guys excited? Okay, so let's play the reaction. Show us your best reaction with the reaction feature. I give heart for this forum because I'm very happy to be part of this great Indonesia Youth Friendship. Thank you everyone for your reaction. Okay, I think we can continue and okay, Mr. Akbar, the floor is yours. Very excited to hear.
Okay, thank you. And let's announce for the okay, so the first one I will announce for the best team in Indonesia, Korea, Youth Friendship Forum 2020. The best team of Indonesia, Korea, Youth Friendship Forum 2020 is okay, Fauzi, can you share the song? Wait. Okay. The best team for Indonesia, Korea, Youth Friendship Forum 2020 is okay. Wait. All right. Thank you and congratulations for the second Indonesian group for Hanun and Teresia. Hanun and Teresia is
Yay, congratulations.
team in Indonesia, Korea, Youth Friendship Forum 2020. Once again, thank you for participating and congratulations. All right, let's move to another award. Now I will announce the best presenter in Indonesia, Korea, Youth Friendship Forum 2020. The best presenter in Indonesia, Korea, Youth Friendship Forum 2020 is congratulations for Hanun Talia from the University of Indonesia as the best presenter in Indonesia, Korea, Youth Friendship Forum 2020. All right, now is the other award. The best team of Korea. So now I will announce the best team from Korea in Indonesia, Korea Youth Friendship Forum 2020. The best team from Korea is congratulations for the second group of Korea that for Mrs. Misim Nabin and Oh Gyeonjin. Sorry if I wrong my pronunciate. Kim Dabin and Oh Gyeonjin. Congratulations for both of them and give applause for them. Thank you so much for participate. And now let's move to the other award. I will announce the best team of Indonesia. The best team of Indonesia in Indonesia, Korea, Youth Friendship Forum 2020 is Congratulations for the second Indonesian team, Mrs. Hanun and Miss Teresia, has chosen the best group of Indonesia. And now we are moved to the last award that we will announce. That, as we know, we have an essay paper competitions before, and this is just open for the Indonesian member. So the best paper team of Indonesia Korea Youth Friendship Forum 2020 is congratulations for the first Indonesian group, as the name as CG Group, Miss Jessica and Miss Grace. Congratulations for the first Indonesian group. And now I will share the result, the Google Form result of every presenter here. Wait, okay. Can you see me? Okay, this is my screen. There are 90 people responses to the paper of today. So the best team here is the second Indonesian team got 59.3%. And also the second team to the second Korean team, 19.8%. The number 3 is the first Indonesian team with 11%. And also the last team is the first Korean team, 9.9%. The best presenter, the number 1 is Miss Hanun Talia with 33%. And the second one is Miss Yim Dabin from South Korea with 17.6%. The number 3 is Miss Teresia Magdalena Teofani with 16.5%. And the other is Miss Jung Yemin, Mr. Jung Yemin with 14.3%. And the others also is equal, like Miss Jin Seo Kim, Jessica Puspa, and Claudia Grace. And for the best team of Korea, it's not so different number actually. Both of them are equal and both of them are perfect team, good teams. The number 1 is second and the first Korean team as second positions. Now for Indonesian team, the number 1 is the second Indonesian team, Miss Hanun and the other, and the second one is the first Indonesian team. I think that's all from me. I hope everything is clear. Congratulations once more for them.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Akbar, and congratulations, guys. So at this time, we are now closing the Indonesia-Korea Youth Friendship Forum 2020 with these closing remarks by the President of Peace and Public Diplomacy Corps, Ms. Yim Dabin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Yim Dabin.
Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Again, to review, my name is Im Dabin, leader of PPDC. First of all, I would like to express my proud of every participant which have attended to our forum. For 2 days, I have been consistently surprised to know that there are so many young generations who are interested in and passionate about overall social problems. Every session of Q&A and discussion were not enough to you guys. Each and every questions were meaningful and learnable. Therefore, I would like to sincerely thank you for your active participation. And of course, to the first day's expert speakers and second day's presentation teams from both Korea and Indonesia. So thank you. We PPDC and IYF are just the ones who offered the space for discussion, but you guys were who realized it. I think as much as we received answers from this forum, we also received more questions of which we should make our own answers.
Personally, I realize there are so many aspects of society which I have to learn more. Eventually, the pandemic situation will be over and the daily lives which we used to live will come back. But the era shouldn't be same as before. We have to use the experience from the COVID-19 situation to prepare for the better society after. Therefore, we have to think about the answers for the questions which we have had in this forum. It would be even better if you share the questions and thoughts with your friends, other generations, families, which will make our discussion to be continued even after the forum is over. Actually, my personal plan for this year was to travel Europe. Therefore, I booked the airplane ticket at January and took a break from school at last semester. However, the COVID-19 situation happened and I had to refund my ticket, and since I didn't want to cancel my break from school, instead I got into the Peace and Public Diplomacy course, of which I am the president now. At last, I am now finishing a first international forum conducted by us and IYF. Before this event, I thought that the travel is the best way to broaden my insight. However, after hearing the active discussion between youth generations from Korea and Indonesia, I could realize that my thought was wrong. The method is not important, the willingness to discuss and share thoughts are important. This was my biggest lesson from this forum. The forum of 2020 will be over, but the discussion and relation between youth generations of Indonesia and Korea should be continued. There could be several things to realize this. You can follow the Instagram page of IYF and PPDC or just ask other participants their Instagram account. Also, Koreans should pay attention to the situation of Indonesia, and Indonesians should pay attention to the situation of Korea. Lastly, don't miss the chance to visit each other's countries and check if the image which you used to have matches with the reality. Most importantly and fundamentally, please don't lose your willingness to communication. As I said before, I hope we can meet in person in future. Terima kasih. Thank you for everything. Bye.
Thank you very much, Miss. And now I'm continuing to the next speech. I would like to invite the President of Indonesia Youth Foundation, Mr. Fauzi Wahyu Zamzami. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Fauzi.
Halo everyone, selamat siang menuju sore semuanya. Annyeonghaseyo. I'm Fauzi Zamzami, coming again with me, a founder and president of Indonesia Youth Foundations. As I mentioned before, that Indonesia Youth Foundations as a non-government public diplomacy organizations which focusing on promoting a better understanding of Indonesia and bridging friendship with the international community. First of all, thank you very much to all the participants who were present from the start to the finish, from the start to the end, because without you, this forum would not be cool as like this today. Second, I would like to say thank you so much to all committee from Indonesia Youth Foundations and also Peace and Public Diplomacy Corps for organizing this event as well as possible. Third, I would like to congratulate to the presenters and the team who have been selected to be the best in this forum. It's such an amazing things I got and also I saw. It doesn't seem that today is our last day to be able to discuss face-to-face, virtually, exchange ideas, exchange insight, provide suggestions and contributions to our country as well. This will be very beneficial for Indonesia and also South Korea, especially for us as the young people who will become the nation's next generations. As I mentioned yesterday, Indonesia and South Korea have very good relationship. So with this forum, I hope it will get better, especially in the youth generation itself. The forum is a part of Indonesians and also Korean public diplomacy through one of the important actors, namely us as the young generations. With this, we will understand the situations in Indonesia and South Korea, how the Indonesians and South Korean people are, how the digitalizations in Indonesia and South Korea, how the economic conditions in South Korea and Indonesia and other aspects that we have learned more today. We realize that in this forum, there are still many shortcomings. So once again, we apologize for all the deficiencies that exist. Hopefully, we are able to improve the future forums, both from Indonesia Youth Foundations and also Peace and Public Diplomacy Corps. At the end, I hope that the Indonesia-Korea Youth Friendship Forum is not only for this year, it's not only for this week, it's not only for this day, but also for the next years, so we can have second Indonesia-Korea Youth Friendship Forum, third Indonesia-Korea Youth Friendship Forum. It will be interesting and also wonderful, both online and also offline. But it will be better if offline, such in Seoul and also Jakarta. So lastly, once again, thank you so much for your warm attentions. Thank you so much for your warm participations. See you next time. See you in the next forum. See you in the next activities. Kamsahamnida. Thank you.
Kamsahamnida, Mr. Fauzi. And before we end this forum, I would like to thank you to all participants for participating in Indonesia Korea Youth Friendship Forum 2020. And congratulations for all the winners. Thank you to our media partners, Bumi Scholars, PPM, and Scotime. This event supported by Hansen University, Korea Democracy Foundation, and organized by Indonesia Youth Foundation and PPDC. Before we end this forum, we are going to have a photo session and fill the feedback form. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we will send the feedback form via chat box. So please check your chat box. You have 3 minutes to fill the form. And this form is also for your attendance and e-certificate. So please write your name correctly for your e-certificate. If you already finished fill the feedback form, please let me know by send your best reaction using the reaction features. Oh wow. Oh really? You don't get the link? We already sent the feedback link. Okay, so the operator, can you send again the link? You're welcome.
할 박대대사 성주목 방첨사족의 해운군마 대평사청어 군수 해구 현가몽어 조부장 조기 구별나 지장대승대 청다리 가오리 좌우나졸 근근모조리 상어술 치는 치준 치멸치 삼치 가재 개구리까지 영을 듣고 어전에 입시하여 대왕극의 절은 승진은 도미 한섬이나 추석 오징어할 박대대사 성두봉 방첨사족의 해운마 평사청어 군수 해구 현가몽어 조부장 조기 구별나 아이가 우리 좌우나졸 금금모조리 상어술 치루치 주치늘 삼치 가재 개구리까지 영을 듣고 어전에 입시하여 대왕극의 절은
Stay at here because we are going to have a photo session. Okay, thank you. So everyone, now it's time to photo session. So please, the Mr. Operator, help us to screenshot the screen. Please open your camera because we are going to have a photo session together. Hello, Mr. Operator.
Mr. Amar, can you help us? Where is Mr. Amar?
Okay, Mr. Amar.
Hello, yes, are you ready?
Yeah, we are ready.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, cheers. Next. Part 2. Okay, please white. Open your camera, please.
Open your camera.
Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3, cheers. Okay, the last. That's right. 1, 2, 3, cheers. Okay. Thank you
Okay,
so
thank
much.
you very much. And once again, I would like to thank you for joining us today. And I wish you all ahead and see you on the next event. And if you have any question related to this forum, please reach us at our Instagram at ppdc_Korea and at Indonesia Youth Foundation. So thank you everyone. See you at the next event. Bye-bye.
Bye, goodbye, see you. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you
so
everyone.
much.
Yeah.
감사합니다.
How to say thank you in Korean? 감사합니다. Okay, 감사합니다 everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
감사합니다. 고마워. Oh, moderator, I'm new fans. Oh, moderator has a fans now.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Halo Davin, halo Davin. Juhayo.
좋아요.
Oh,
좋아요.
Why always be wrong? 좋아요.
좋아요. Actually, the Korean members are together right now. 황지 내 말 듣지 않는 거.
Huh? What?
The Korean members are together right now.
What?
난 이런처럼 나온다.
이상한 사람들 생각나. 나가야겠어.
You are together.
Oh, should he wait in here?
Wait for a moment. Wait. Okay, I think no. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I have.
I think we can take a photo.
오빠 일로 와. 언니 나갔어? 뭐야? 그러니까 이 두 개를 써. 내가 이 두 개를 쓸게 우리가.
Great.
Oh, so cute couple.
Okay.
큐트 커플이래.
Yeah.
Wait for Mr. Kim Jin Seo. Miss Kim Jin Seo. All right.
Okay. Where is Mr. Amar? Mr. Amar? Mr. Amar, I guess.
저를 지우고 있어요. 아니 좀 들어요.
Back. Follow back.
웃지 마, 너비너.
안아줄 수 없어.
Wait.
Count.
Mr. Amar, where are you?
Yes, you. Also,
All right. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Wait.
언제까지 하는 거야?
All right. That's all from me. And Jose, you can take two.
Okay. Now the side. Okay. Wait. Why? Wait. Okay, again. Wait. Okay. One. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's it.
Thank you so much, everyone. 감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Dabin, Gyeongji.
Thank you, Miss Dabin.
Yunso.
See you next time.
Thank you, Opa Fauzi.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. So much, everyone.
Dabin, thank you so much, Dabin.
Thank you for everything, Fauzi, Akbar, Reina, Safira, Nazira, Sasaski. How's my pronunciation?
Yes, it's so cool. It's so cool.
That's correct.
Yeah, it's so cool than me to pronounce the Korean name.
Go on.
Yeah, Dabin, actually we just say thank you to the Peace and Public Diplomacy Corps for our cooperations. Maybe I think we have organized it around more than 1 month, from the October, and it's really long time to organize this and also confused. And sometimes we have the misconceptions, misunderstanding, but so far we did it better as well. And yeah, we are from Indonesia Youth Foundations to say thank you for your cooperation, and we hope that this cooperation is not only this year, is not only this one, but we can sustain and we can make it again after this year. And also, as I saw in the feedback from that, there are many people who wanna have some exchange inside the game with our forum. So I think we have to create it again, like next year. It will be better and it will be nice, guys. Thank you so much. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you. I will contact with Fauci again, and therefore we can open a new forum or start a new meeting, anything.
Yeah, Dabin. And also, Dabin just tell me the part in your home, so I will come to Korea.
I don't know, but I can tell you my home. Where is my home? Would it be okay? I can visit Jakarta.
Me too. Thank you so much. See you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Sarange.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Goodbye. Ini linknya Bar pakai buat itu ya, pakai buat malam Turki. Udah beres ternyata akhirnya, walaupun banyak kekurangan, aduh pusing. LPG nih kita. Bar tadi pas gram orang aku gak nyadar sumpah pas pertama itu masih di unmute. Masih di mute.
Gak ada dan.
Hah?
Tadi kan kayak the best team from bla 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 is, mestinya itu tuh suara Adam. Yang ada cuma kesak.
Kayaknya serius.
Keresekan doang tahu.
Semuanya gak ada suaranya.
Iya.
Anjay.
Yang ada ngeblank jadi. Makanya aku malu, ya ampun. Suaranya kesak.
Aduh, anjay. Kok lu gak ngasih tahu sih?
Udah nanggung
udah
tadi.
Di grup kan?
Peserta udah nunggu. Aku deg-degan juga. Gimana ini?
Sumpah,
gak ada suara.
Oh, kresek doang.
Iya, bahkan gak ada.
Oh, saya coba.
Gitu, mestinya ada.
Bentar. Kenapa bisa
coba. The best team bla 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 is.
Udah dihapus lagi. Kayaknya tadi itu gak ke share komputer sound deh.
Nah, bisa jadi. Yang mungkin ada.
Oke. Tapi malam jelas kan waktu kita geladi?
Jelas banget. Justru tadi kekesekan.
Anjir, makanya kenapa si Zia tuh di grup kan, mana cina drama dikira tuh sama gambarnya gitu kan, suaranya ada, anjir, ternyata suaranya gak ada, gak apa-apa dah.
Makanya ulang gaing, aduh iya.
Tapi itu ada yang sadar gak ya kalau sebenarnya aku yang share? Gak semuanya deh kayaknya.
Ada, pasti ada yang nyadar.
Kalau yang sadar pasti ada namanya kan di atas, tapi anjir.
Mana ngeblank deh tadi.
Nah, pas ente ngomong nih, can you share your sound bareng nih pas ente ngomong nih. Emang yang pertama kurang tekaklik. Lamun anu pertama banget pas ente ngomong tekaklik nepi ka blank gitu kan. Anjir coba teh brengsek blank we. Tah pas nu kaduana pas ente teh ngomong di share screen gitu, gitu. Naon? Dikira kendala. Ternyata anjir malah suara bangke lain ngomong deui ente mah.
Karena tadi orang ngomong the best team bla 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 is, orang kan nungguan kieu. Ente nggak ada respon. Oke, ulangi lagi sekali lagi. The best team bla bla masih nggak ada. Yowes mungkin ada masalah. Orang paham. Iya ya masalah. Langsung bacakeun. Emang jujur ya teh.
Anjing sumpah liur teh orang ge liur. Soalnya model si Akbar ngomong itu satu file doang. Misalkan Akbar ya ngomong. is langsung nampilkan satu file gitu loh. Nah, sedangkan orang teh kudu ngajukjak 2 file anjir. Tina transisi satu file ke file lain teh loading.
Makanya gitu. Jangan naon lah.
Tapi itu adalah
By the way, itu clear sih. Yang itu. Yang masalah naon?
Enggak, dia tuh.
Paper.
Oh, udah aku kirim.
Emang kamu ada nilainya? Zia?
Enggak.
Coba kasih aja si Hanun juga minta. Tapi si Hanun nggak ngomong gitu ke aku. Kayaknya dia agak sengkan ngomong ke aku kayak gitu. Asik. Kayak mana ya? Format hasil akhir. Coba lihat dulu ya, ini lihat dulu di grup. Itu sih kalau yang filenya. Oh iya, Zia, berarti kamu belum selesai Zi tugasnya.
Apa?
Ngerekap data-data partisipan.
Yang
Yang hari.
Yang tadi.
Buat dikasih ke desain. Nanti kasih ke aku aja, nanti aku kasih ke Hafaz.
Yang apanya? Yang buat sertifikat.
Yap, nama-namanya.
Oh, yang hadir di hari ke-1 sama kedua berarti ya?
Yap.
Oke.
Sampai presenter yang kayak gitu-gitu biar aku aja yang nulis ke Hafaz. Udah ada juga datanya. Anjay. Tapi so far cek orang sih nyampe berapa persen lah. Kata ente gimana? Zia, kamu menurut kamu ini nyampe berapa persen nih forum?
Forum. Apanya nih?
Semuanya lah. Maksudnya kita organizing-nya, pembicaranya dan lain sebagainya lah. Berapa persen?
Aku berapa ya? 85 lah. Soalnya kalau dari sisi aku mah kalau misalnya ke depannya lagi mau ada forum, kata aku kayak tim IT itu butuh banget.
Bener.
Ya.
Jadi orang liar, aduh. Nggak ada, kadang orang tuh bingung sih. Misalkan ya, si Akbar ngechat ya, MC ngechat, moderator ngechat, di WA ngechat, anjir liar orang itu tuh. Kadang, makanya sok singkat orang tuh nih. Oka aja sok disingkat-singkat. Ya, lo bating anjir. Mana reporter nanya wae deh, anjir liar, media kieu anjir. Bangke.
Akbar, kumaha Akbar?
Ente berapa, Bar?
Ya, 80-85.
Sampai sih, saya.
Banyak yang mesti dipelajari. Ini kan pertama juga.
Lumayan bisa jadi bahan evaluasi lah buat kedepannya.
Tapi secara keseluruhan udah oke.
Ya, sini bisa dijadiin buat Afrika. Itu kalau buat Afrika catatannya berarti harus banyak orang yang terlibat. Tapi dia punya perannya benar-benar gitu loh. Sebenarnya kan di Indonesia, di acara kita tuh, pertama kali kita nge-organize ini, itu lebih ke koor semua gitu loh. Belum ada anggota. Jadi kayak semuanya kan masih terpusat di kita bertiga.
Iya.
Nah, sedangkan yang Afrika ini kan udah ada. Jadi menurut aku bakalan lebih oke sih. Lebih oke dibanding ini.
Yang Afrika sih udah dibagi-bagi kayak bagian-bagiannya, kayak dari konseptor, terus yang desain sertifikat juga udah ada bagian-bagiannya. Sama yang IT belum sih, yang kayak logistik gitu-gitunya belum.
Mana pokoknya. Yang Afrika 2021 ya? Oh iya, mumpung kita ada bertiga cuy. Tadi itu gak sih setuju gak sih yang aku bilang di grup itu? Yang visiting embassy, yang kayak global action Italy itu bagus gak sih menurut kalian?
Bagus. Maksudnya ini tuh visiting embassy di luar negeri yang ada di Indonesia gitu.
Ya, nah, kalau gak di Jakarta pasti di Surabaya. Di
Kadang suka ada tuh event-event tuh.
Bagus.
Soalnya itu tuh apa ya? Aku kan baca-baca tuh dari misalkan aku kan tadi terpusat satu doang ya ke Korea, belum dibaca yang lain. Tapi kalau Korea itu ada, kita boleh peminjaman ruangan. Aku mikirnya gini, kalau misalkan kan kita ngomongnya masa depan ya. Misalkan di suatu saat nanti tahun depan gitu, kita mau ngadain acara sama PPDC lagi, itu kan kita gak usah nyewa-nyewa gedung untuk cultural event-nya. Kita bisa minjem di Korean Cultural Center. Mereka pasti ngasih pinjem lah, karena yang main itu kan orang Korea sama orang Indonesia gitu. Aku mikirnya gitu. Dan ternyata mereka juga menerima kayak visiting gitu, misalkan kita Indonesia Youth Foundation ngajuin ada 20 orang misalkan yang mau visit ke sana, nah mereka ngasih ke kita, ngasih turnya, ngasih seminarnya dan lain sebagainya. Itu bagus sih buat nyari relasi-relasi pertama. Yang aku lihat ya, Global Action Italy itu dia tuh kayak gitu, jadi connect sama semua, hampir bukan semua juga sih, hampir banyak embassy gitu, embassy luar negeri yang ada di Italia gitu. Itu keren banget sih, sampai kan mereka dikasih award sama Indonesia gara-gara ngadain event dengan Indonesia. Begitupun kita gitu, menurut aku pasti welcome banget loh embassy itu, asalkan kita
bisa
caranya untuk approach ke mereka itu bagus.
Tapi mungkin sebelumnya harus ada survei dulu, banyak yang minatnya negara mana gitu, baru kita adain kayak visiting tour gitu.
Nah, untuk banyaknya negara mana, aku tuh udah survei tadi ya, ternyata tidak semua negara ada kayak gitu. Nggak semua negara itu ada kayak gitu. Dan yang kental sama kayak hal-hal kayak gitu ya, yang kental itu kalau di embassy di Jakarta, kalau aku lihat tuh Jepang, Korea, Tiongkok, Asia Timur itu yang benar-benar kental banget. Terus Belanda yang ada ruang Erasmus Swiss itu. Terus
Jerman nggak sih yang ada Goethe Institute gitu-gitu?
Biasanya Jerman, Prancis yang ada institut gitu, tapi nggak tahu aku buka kebudayaan sebagus Korea, misalkan Korean Cultural Center ada khusus kayak gitu, aku belum pernah dengar sih. Kayak misalnya Dutch Cultural Center gitu, belum pernah sih. Tapi ada namanya Erasmus Swiss, ada. Bisa sih itu bisa jadiin
Entah datang ya kelas, entah datang.
Malam ya.
Akbar tahu gak, kemarin tuh aku sebenarnya ketiduran sebentar.
Sama sih, sama tidur serius.
Kapan?
Ketiduran yang pas kamu aku ketiduran sebentar.